something in him was unwilling to challenge it. "Please, don't kill him." "Are you mad?" Brugh asked, still squirming against his ropes. Haern felt inclined to agree. "He's beaten and leaving," she insisted. "Don't. He let me save Senke. He deserves as much." "He's also the one who did it in the first place," Senke said with a sleepy voice. "Just thought I'd point that out." Tarlak chimed in. Ghost looked at them as if they were all mad. He used a chair to brace himself as he stood, then limped toward the door, his teeth clenched against the pane. "You were beaten," he said as he took a lumbering step outside. "Sure thing," Haern said, Delicia still clutching his shirt. The moment the door closed, he slumped backward, sitting atop the edge of the overturned table. Delicia checked his elbow. "Senke needs my help more than you," she said. "It can wait. Untie Tarlak and Brugh." "As you wish." Delicia returned to Senke and knelt before him. Haern heard her prayers, and white light shone around her hands. No wonder the wound on his chest had healed so quickly those few days ago. "Friend of yours?" Tarlak asked once the gag was removed. "You aren't funny," Haern said. He cut the ropes around his hands and feet, and while the wizard stretched, he did the same for Brugh. "Son of a whore ambushed me coming up the stairs," Brugh said, grabbing his punch daggers. "Otherwise, I'd have torn him a new hole." "You mean like this one?" Senke asked. Brugh flushed and looked away. Haern tossed his short sword to the floor. He felt sick, and he still hadn't recovered from the blow to his head earlier in the day. His elbow throbbed, feeling even worse than when he'd first received the cut. He saw Brugh and Tarlak glaring at him, and he felt he deserved their ire. He tried to stumble for the door, but Tarlak blocked the way, holding it shut with his arm. "Not yet," he said, "and not any time soon. It's time we talked, Watcher." Chapter 22. Matthew's relief upon seeing Fellwood Castle lasted only as long as it took him to see one of Hadfield's men standing watch far from the other guards. It was as he'd feared. Less than 10 minutes ago he'd had to drag himself and Tristan off the road, and when the horsemen rode on by, his gut had told him who it was they served. And now the sentry was there, keeping a close eye on everyone entering and leaving Lord Gandrum's castle. "What do we do?" Tristan asked. Matthew had abruptly turned them both around and back north on the road, hoping the soldier hadn't seen their approach. Given the distance, it seemed probable. "I don't know," he said. He could imagine what would happen if they tried to pass by. The soldier would cut them down before letting them reach John Gandrum. Whatever punishment the soldier received would be bearable so long as no one identified the one-armed boy as the son of Lady Gemcroft. Given his disfigurement, the dirt on his face, and the plain clothes he now wore, it seemed doubtful that anyone would. "Will we continue on to Veldaren?" Tristan asked. "Quiet, boy, I don't know." He waited until his temper calmed, then resumed. "And I'm not sure we can. Don't have the food, and water might end up scarce, too. I need inside to resupply, but that might mean leaving you behind for a while. They won't know me from shit, since you're the one they want. That, and I don't know who John's sided with in all this." "John was always nice to me," Tristan said. "I stayed with him for a year. What if I get us inside? Will he keep us safe?" Matthew shot him a look. "How could you get us inside?" "I don't know. I could run real fast. I'm a fast runner. Even Arthur said it." Matthew bit his lip. It was just one man, a professional soldier perhaps, but still just one. He touched the old sword at his hip. If he could last for a little while. Just a little. His eyes fell upon the near-empty sack that had carried their food. "I have an idea," he said, "but you better run like the wind, you hear me? Like it, and even faster. My life is dependent on those legs of yours. Ingle mumbled curses as he shifted his weight from foot to foot, trying to generate some heat to counter the cold. After another minute, he pulled a blanket from a saddlebag and wrapped it around his shoulders. Beside him, his horse clomped the ground. "Blanket ain't big enough for two of us," he said. "We'll get you somewhere warm once we find that brat, though, I promise." Ingle and his horse waited 100 yards outside the castle's entrance, near the fork where the main road turned toward him. The woods had been thinned out toward the front, though they were still thick enough to make him worry. Nathaniel and the farmer might try to sneak along the walls, using the woods as cover. Doing that was a good way to earn an arrow in your back from a guard, though. They would come traveling down the road, he felt certain of it. According to his bitch of a wife, Matthew had left immediately after killing Gert and Ben. Dim-wit farmer couldn't know how many were actually looking, or that they might have beaten him here. Ingle expected him to come riding full gallop, the boy behind him on his horse, thinking he'd finally reached safety. Already, Ingle had practiced his excuses for when the castle guards came running. "Guy looked mad as a dog," he'd say. "Started hollering for me to hand over my money. Then sent the boy to do his dirty work." No one would question him for killing two hungry thieves too stupid to know better. Even if they did, what would it matter? John Gandrum wouldn't challenge Arthur, not over something so petty as a dead farmer and his boy. While he held the rough blanket and looked about, he saw a man approaching. He walked on foot, leading his horse. A large sack lay slung across the saddle. Ingle raised an eyebrow at the sight. No boy, but what could someone be bringing to trade this late in winter? "Slow down there," Ingle said, tossing his blanket back toward his horse and putting a hand on his hilt. "Strange time for travel, don't you think?" "Pigs die when they die," said the man. "Come to see if his lordship would like a fine meal tonight." The cogs and wheels in Ingle's brain were never the most tightly fitted, but still they turned the words over again and again, unable to get rid of a deep feeling of someone putting something over on him. "Let me see it," he said. The man continued leading the horse right on by, forcing Ingle to jump in his way. Still, the man didn't slow, and Ingle took several steps backward to keep from getting knocked over. At last, he drew his sword and stood his ground. "I said, let me see," he said. "I don't think that's no pig." "If you say so," said the man. He pulled the sack off the horse with a grunt and plopped it to the ground. "Just a small one, may be good for John and some of his closest." While he talked, his hands messed with the tie at the end. The moment the knot came undone, the sack was flung open, and out ran a boy who even Ingle knew had to be Nathaniel. The boy darted underneath his horse's legs and then shot straight for the castle. "Fuck!" Ingle shouted, turning to give chase. Matthew flung himself in the way. He wielded an old sword, recently polished but still time-worn and unreliable. Didn't seem to matter, though, for he wielded it as if it were Asher's blade itself and Ingle the dark spawn of Carrick. "Out of the way!" Ingle shouted, slashing with his sword in the hope of overpowering the unskilled farmer. He blocked, clumsily perhaps, but Matthew still banged his sword away. Instead of pressing the advantage, he retreated, fully defensive. Behind him, the little brat hollered like his lungs were on fire. "He's gonna kill my pa! He's gonna kill my pa! He's gonna kill him!" "Damn right," thought Ingle. Ingle feinted, smirked at how easily the farmer fell for it, and then cut from the other direction. The edge of his sword slashed into Matthew's arm, eliciting a cry of pain. Ingle swung again, lower, hoping to split his belly open. The man put his blade in the way just in time. The sound of metal on metal rang out, though there was something funny to it, as if one of their weapons wasn't flexing as it should. Ingle doubted it was his. Blood spilled down Matthew's arm, and Ingle saw the elbow below it shaking. "Should have turned him over," Ingle said. Their eyes met, and for that brief moment he could tell Matthew thought the same. Behind him the guards approached, alerted by the boy. Fear bubbled up in Ingle's throat. Even if he lived, what might Oric do for such a screw-up? The least he could do was kill the stupid man who had given them so much trouble. He thrust, the tip nicking ribs before Matthew managed to parry it aside. Stepping closer, Ingle pulled his sword around, smacking it against Matthew's, which had pulled back to defend, and then he slashed once more at exposed flesh. Matthew fell back, but he was too slow, too unprepared for the maneuver. He was a farmer, not a trained fighter. The sword cleaved through his shoulder and shattered his collarbone. In the distance, Ingle heard Nathaniel scream. Matthew coughed once, his sword falling from limp fingers. His eyes grew wide. His lips quivered, his skin turning white. Ingle put a boot on his chest and kicked him back, freeing his crimson blade. The body clumped to the ground and lay still. "Stubborn little shit," Ingle muttered as he wiped his sword clean on Matthew's leg. "Drop your blade," ordered the two gate guards as they arrived. They had their swords drawn, and Ingle promptly obeyed. He gave a smile to Nathaniel, who cowered behind the two guards, tears on his face. "What is the meaning of this?" asked one as he picked up Ingle's blade. The other circled around and pressed the tip of his sword against his back to ensure he did nothing stupid. A hand reached in, yanking his dagger from his belt and tossing it to the dirt. "I could explain, though Auric can do it better," he said. He pointed to the body. "That man there's a kidnapper. I know it, 'cause we've been searching high and low for him. And that boy there, well—" He turned to Nathaniel, whose eyes looked like white saucers. He grinned, for he felt his lie building, the slow gears in his head turning. "That's Nathaniel Gemcroft, back from the dead, as we always hoped." The guards looked to the boy, whose skin had gone pale. "I wasn't kidnapped," he insisted to the guards. "I wasn't. He was helping me, and you let him kill him. Why didn't you run? I told you to run." He was crying now, snot dripping from his nose. The first guard took him by the hand, while the other grabbed Ingle by the arm and led him toward the castle. "This is something Lord Gandrum will settle," said the guard. "Stay quiet, and answer only when you've been asked directly, understand?" "Sure do," said Ingle, "but don't squeeze so rough. You'll be treating me like a hero soon enough." The four entered through the castle gates, then followed the emerald carpet into the main chamber. Uri and Auric were already there, in mid-conversation with John Gandrum on his throne. He sat up straighter at their arrival, clearly recognizing the boy. "Nathaniel!" he said, his mouth hanging open. Ingle saw Auric glaring at him, his eyes ready to bulge out of his head. Not knowing what his captain might have been saying, he knew he should set things in motion, let his captain know what lie he'd created. "I just saved him from his kidnapper," he said, loud and boastful. A mailed fist struck the back of his head, and for a moment his vision turned to yellow stars over a purple sky. "You weren't addressed," said the guard behind him. "My apologies," Ingle muttered. Nathaniel rushed into the Lord's arms, and in their comfort he sobbed uncontrollably. John patted his back and whispered comforting words, but his eyes remained drawn to where his missing arm should have been. "My lord," said one of the guards, "we found him attacking another who had traveled with the boy, killing him before we could arrive. We've brought both here for you." "You told me you were searching for a man," John said, looking to Auric, "though you said he was merely a thief." "And indeed he was," Auric said. Ingle beamed as his captain took his lie and ran with it. "We suspected him of taking Nathaniel from one of Lord Hadfield's caravans. Never could we have hoped we'd find him here, of course. Perhaps he had come to issue ransom." Nathaniel had begun shaking his head, and Ingle watched him carefully. A child's story against that of several men shouldn't matter, but one never knew. If only he'd keep his mouth shut, keep crying. "I was told Nathaniel had died," John said. "Learned too late of the funeral, sadly. I was told they'd been given a body. By you, in fact, Auric." Auric licked his lips. "We suspected too late it was another child. The body was badly burned, you see. When I thought it might be a trick to throw us off the kidnapper's trail, we went looking. We learned nothing worthwhile, not yet, so we've been keeping our reasons a secret. Don't want harmful rumors flying about, nor giving Elise false hope. He's lying, Nathaniel said. Don't listen to him. He's lying. He was my friend. He killed my friend. He helped me. Oryx's voice dropped lower. Men do strange things to boys in their capture. Given time, he might twist their head around, make them friendly. He needs rest. This all's clearly been too much for the lad. He called the stranger his pa when running to us, offered one of the guards. John nodded, as this bit seemed to support what Oryx was saying. He kept Nathaniel close, as if afraid he might lose him should he let go. "What happened to your arm?" he asked. "They said my arm got sick and had to be cut off." "Who is they?" Ingle's eyes widened. This might be tougher to explain. Maybe they could spin some blame onto that wife of his. "She's just a filthy liar, that's all," Ingle said, ignoring Oryx's glare. "Probably cut the arm off to torture him." John's face darkened at this. "She?" he asked. Ingle opened his mouth, then closed it. He didn't know how to respond to that. "Meant he said lamely. "We discovered a lady who claimed her husband had Nathaniel," Oryx said, trying his best to mend the situation but clearly fighting a losing battle. John's eyes had narrowed, and he had a look like a snake ready to strike. "That's how we knew to come here is all." John patted the boy on the head and leaned closer to him. He whispered something too quietly for Ingle to hear. Nathaniel whispered something back. When finished, John sank deeper in his chair. "Take them into custody," he said to his guards. "Wait!" Ingle shouted. "You got things wrong!" Men grabbed his arms and wrenched them painfully behind his back. It seemed like the very curtains had spawned armored guards. Oryx reached for his sword, but the sheer number made him decide not to. One of the guards smashed his face with his fists, as if insulted Oryx had even considered it. "I wasn't there!" Ingle shouted as he was yanked backward, but it only seemed to infuriate the Lord more. "Oryx was! He saw it all! I was just doing what I was told!" "Bring him to me," John roared, standing from his throne. Two guards dragged Ingle across the carpet, then shoved him to his knees. A fist grabbed his hair and forced his head to bow reverently. "I want you to watch this," Lord Gandrum said to Nathaniel. "You deserve it. With your arm as it is, you'll be living a hard road, and this is something you should always remember. This is how we treat the scum who dare strike against us." "No," Ingle moaned as he felt his head pulled back. John held a beautiful sword, and he pressed its edge against his throat. "Pull back the carpet," he said to his servants. "I don't want to stain it." Ingle felt hollow fear building and building. "Please," he begged. "I didn't do nothing. I didn't. I was just—" They lifted him up, and when they set him back down, his feet touched smooth stone. "You killed a good man," John said. "Says who?" "Says Nathaniel. And I trust his word over yours." The sword moved. He felt pain, but when he gasped to scream, it was as if he'd been dunked underwater. His exhalation was a pitiful garble. His head swam, and he thought to faint, but still the guards held him upright. Until the darkness came, he watched John and Nathaniel watching him die. There was no mercy in either of their eyes. Guardsman Mick trudged up the road away from the castle, having drawn the shortest straw of the lot. One of the men's horses remained standing on the path. The other had wandered off, and he grumbled and hoped it wouldn't be far. He'd have to stable them both, work out ownership, probably even send one or both back to whoever had originally owned them. Bunch of hassles. Of course, there was also the body, which needed to be stripped of any valuables and then disposed of. Deciding the horses could wait, Mick knelt beside the body and he glanced around to see if anyone was watching. No one was, so he put a hand into the dead man's pockets, searching for loose coin. Of course, not all valuables needed to be handed over. When the dead body let out a groan, Mick, startled, fell back on his rump and nearly soiled his armor. He closed his slack jaw, put a hand on the man's chest, and leaned close. Both were weak, but he felt the tremors of a heartbeat and heard the soft hiss of breath. "Goddamn, you're a stubborn one," he said, unable to believe it. He took to his feet and ran toward the castle, crying out for a healer to make his way to the gate. Chapter 23. Haern sat atop the roof of the Eschaton's home and watched the sun dip below the wall. His elbow rested upon his knee, his chin on his hand. Tarlak's words haunted him, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake them from his head. "I don't care who you think you are or how good you might be," he'd said. "You're a danger to me and a danger to my sister. I made you an offer, and I won't go back on it now. But you better put some serious thought into it, because otherwise you're just a renegade killer with a vendetta. There's no reason to house you then, no point. How many more will come storming through my windows, come kicking down my doors? I'm terrified the secret's out, Haern, or it will be soon. What do you expect me to do? Fight for you? Protect you? Give me a reason." "Any." Haern had none to offer. His neck had flushed, and he'd shook his head. What could he say? "I'm sorry a mercenary broke into your home, hurt you, your sister, and your friends, all while trying to find me?" He'd always thought he was so careful, but he'd slipped up as usual. What had Senkei said? It didn't pay to be his friend. Yet again that remained painfully true. He'd left, but lacked the heart to go far, so up to their rooftop he went. Part of it was because he didn't want to leave them, to say goodbye to Delicia and Senkei forever. Part of him also feared that the giant man with the painted face might return, and if he did, Haern wanted to be there waiting. "Haern?" He looked down from the roof to see Delicia peering up at him. "Will you come down?" she asked. He shook his head. "Then can you help me up?" Sighing, he grabbed the side of the roof with one hand and hung. He offered her his other hand and she took it, still trusting him for reasons he'd never understand. Using him as a guide, she stepped on a window ledge, then with his aid jumped up to catch the roof. Once she had climbed all the way up, he swung himself up to join her. "I think a set of stairs might be easier," she said, brushing off her priestess robes. "And defeat the whole point of me coming up here?" Haern said, immediately regretting it. Why should he snap at her? Her silence showed the comment stung, and he tried to think of something to say. "Is Senkei all right?" he asked. "I stopped his internal bleeding, and I sealed the wound best I could. He'll be sore for days, but yes, he'll be fine." He walked back to the center of the roof and sat down. She sat beside him, and immediately he felt himself pulled back to the past. Would Thren arrive once more, a crossbow in his hand? "I'm sorry about my brother," she said. "He can be a bit of a hothead." "No kiddin'. Why'd you join up with him anyway? Mercenary work doesn't seem suited to you." "Because he asked," she said, as if it should have been obvious. "When I left the priesthood, they gave me back my father's wealth from their safekeeping. It wasn't much, not after it had been used to settle my father's estates and debts. We used it to buy this place. It was all we could afford." "But here?" Haern asked, gesturing about. "On the Crimson. You deserve someplace better, someplace safer." She shrugged. "My brother had a place he wanted, but the king refused to even hear his offer. It's no matter. I spent 2 years in the temple unable to leave for fear of Thren's anger. I'm used to keeping inside. It's not right, Haern said. She smiled at him. You living on the street is what isn't right. At least I have a warm bed and a family to share my meals with. What do you have, Haern? What have you done over the years? He thought of his deals, his rumors, his ambushes in the night, and days spent sleeping with the homeless and destitute. I tried to stop my father's war. I tried to kill until there'd be no one left to fight in his name. I failed. She took his hand and held it. Don't be so hard on yourself. We all make mistakes. You once wanted something more, to understand a life beyond what your father taught you. I think you still do. But you won't find a new life in vengeance, Haern, only sadness and loneliness. You grew up alone. I could tell that immediately. You change nothing by remaining so. Silence fell over them. He let it linger, trying to find the courage to ask what he needed to know. Do you hate me for killing? No, I am not so naive. I would like to live in a world where no killing was needed, but I fear I may never see it. I won't judge you for what you do, Haern. I can only try to be a light and to shine as long as I can in a world that seems obsessed with darkness. If you need forgiveness, then know you have it from me and from Asher. If you need guidance, ask, and I will do my best to answer. I'll heal your wounds and pray for you before I lay my head down to sleep. I won't hate you. How could you ever think so? He felt like a child, and he clutched her hand tight. She shifted so she might sit next to him, and her head rested against his shoulder. All those years, she said softly. Where did you sleep? Where did you live? On the streets, Haern said, feeling uncomfortable speaking of it with her, but forcing himself to anyway. Even in winter? How did you survive the cold? Thousands do so in this city every year. In that, I was nothing special. I doubt many of those thousands did so by choice. You are special, Haern. Pretending otherwise is pointless. Why would you endure that? Why not flee? Why not become anything else? Because Haern paused. He wanted to answer her truthfully, but that also meant knowing what he himself believed. Because I couldn't let my father win. And not just my father. The whole damn underworld that rose up to swallow you, me, and everything else good in this city. I learned the true face of this city, who operates it, who controls what. And then I did everything I could to slowly tear it all down. Delicia shifted closer to him, and he felt her arms wrap around his. I'm sorry, she whispered. You must have been so alone. Again, that discomfort, that shame for all he'd done. He didn't like it. He'd endured the years with a single-minded purpose, a desire for revenge that felt pure enough to justify his squalid conditions, his brutality, his entire purpose for existing. The last thing he wanted was to have light shine upon that darkness. Will you go out tonight? Haern asked her, wishing to change the subject. You and your mercenaries, I mean. No, Delicia said, shaking her head. Tarlak didn't understand the magnitude of what was going on when he first agreed. Our fault for not being part of the mercenary guild, I guess. We gave one night, and that is all Elisa will get from us. She paused. Will you? Haern let out a sigh. I think I will. I have some part to play in all of this, whether I want it or not. She pulled back and gently took his injured elbow into her hands. For the first time, he truly looked at her, and he saw how tired she was, the whites of her eyes rimmed with angry veins. Still, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and began praying. Soft light shone from her fingers, and he felt their healing magic pour into his elbow. Several minutes later, she stopped. The pain had become a vague ache, like a sore muscle, but little else. He flexed the elbow twice, and it felt strong enough for combat. "I should go," she said. "It's not safe for me out here after dark." "Please," he said, taking her hand. "Just sit with me a while longer. You're safe at my side. I promise." He saw the look on her face, and he wished he could understand what it was she thought. Her hesitation was brief, and then she sat back down. Her arms wrapped around him, and he allowed his own eyes to close. It was only with her that he relaxed. All other times a coiled spring. But there, with her, he felt able to let it go. He had nothing to hide, and no reason to. Together they watched the sun sink farther, until it was nothing but a glow peeking over the wall. "Help me down," she said at last. "Senkei wants you to see him. He seemed certain you wouldn't be staying tonight, yet would still be close. I think he knows you better than I." "He understands the world I came from. Tonight will be worse for everyone. I think he knows that." The rest were eating when the two came in. Brugh and Tarlac seemed to act as if he weren't there, but Senkei greeted him warmly enough. "Follow me," he said, leading Haern to a closet built into a space underneath the stairs. He pulled out a wooden crate, wincing at the effort. Feeling guilty, Haern ordered him aside and pried open the crate himself. Inside were an assortment of weapons, from knives to two-handed swords. "I saw your fight with that mercenary," Senkei explained. "That cloak dance thing you did was something special. Puts Norris well to shame, I'll tell you that. But your swords weren't right for it at all. Here, take these." He lifted a pair of weapons out and handed them over. They were long and slender, with the ends gently curved. "These sabers are designed for slashing, and should do well with how you're always moving. The points are sharp, but you'll still have a hard time thrusting through heavier armor. Same with heavy chops, but I have a feeling brute force isn't your usual method, given your speed." Haern swung the swords about, getting a feel for their weight. They were lighter than his previous swords, with a slightly longer reach. Their grips were comfortable, making them feel natural, like an extension of his body when he wielded them. He could tell they were expertly made. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me. Thank Brugh over there. He made them." "Just don't break 'em," Brugh muttered from the table. "Both sides will be out for blood tonight," Senkei said, leaning against a wall and holding a hand against his stomach. "You sure you have to go out? People will kill each other just fine without your help." He realized they were all looking at him, either blatantly or from the corners of their eyes. In his heart he felt something harden, as if he wanted to prove them wrong, to show he didn't care what they thought. But what did it matter? Why did he go out? What might he accomplish? Death Mask's biting words returned to him, mocking him in his mind. "You spent 5 years trying to single-handedly conquer the thief guilds, yet you want to mock my imagination?" Something clicked in his head, several pieces tumbling together as the idea took form. He looked to them, then out the window. No. There was nothing out there for him. Not this night. Come the day, he'd find Death Mask, assuming he still lived. Perhaps there was a chance to have a legacy that was the opposite of his father's. "You know," he said, feeling a great weight lift off his shoulders, "I think I will stay here tonight. If you'll have me." "Pull a seat up at the table," Senkei said with a smile. "You bet your ass we will." "Are you prepared to do what must be done?" Death Mask asked her. "I am," said Veliana. "You'll have to kill many of them. They were once your friends, your guildmates. Maybe you even considered them family." They won't understand, and their loyalties are anyone's guess. This is Garrick's guild, and you're nothing but a feeble woman who got in his way. Last time I ask, can you stick a knife in them? Every one of those familiar faces. Not so familiar anymore, she said. She tapped her sickly, bloodied eye. Too many hate me for this. I've heard their whispers, their insults of my ugly mark. They never loved me, not like they loved James Barron. This guild may or may not be mine, but more than ever I know it should not be Garrick's. If he sold his soul to Thren, then he betrayed every shred of James's memory. Anyone who stays at his side is no friend of mine. Deathmask smiled at her. I want to do something for you, he said. This will take just a moment, but I hope you'll appreciate it. He put a finger to his eye, the same as Veliana's injured one, and then whispered the words of a spell. They seemed simple enough, and then came the change. His iris bloomed from a dark brown to a bloody red. This is what I think of your ugly mark, he said. I'll proudly bear it so long as you stay with me. I will never cast aside your loyalty, for I've been cast aside enough in my own life. Veliana felt strangely touched by the gesture. One day, she said, I hope to believe you. They turned their attention to the unassuming building before them. The rooms appeared dark, but both knew of the expansion below ground, no doubt housing the last remnants of the Ash Guild. A few men and women wandered past them on the streets, several with dead eyes and drunken gaits. To Veliana, it seemed the entire city was suffering a massive hangover, a crude comparison given how many of her kind had been mercilessly butchered. So far, Deathmask hadn't explained how he planned on dealing with all the mercenaries, but she had no choice but to trust him. Patting her daggers, she told him to lead the way. Keep your hood low, he told her as they approached the door. Surprise is everything. Theatrics can turn even the most ordinary of foes into something fearsome, and you are no ordinary foe. A single thief leaned against the door, looking like he'd been up for 2 days straight. Through bleary eyes he watched their arrival, recognizing Deathmask when they were almost within striking distance. Hey, we thought Thren... Veliana cut his throat before he finished the sentence. As his body fell, she glanced to Deathmask, and her meaning was clear. Look what I can do. Do not fear my loyalty. They are no longer friends of mine. Other girl, he said, his mismatched eyes sparkling behind his mask. When she tried the door, it was both locked and barred. Deathmask gently moved her aside, put his hands upon the wood, and closed his eyes. Theatrics, he whispered. His hands shimmered between red and black, and then the door exploded inward in a great shower of splinters, accompanied by a shock wave that thumped against Veliana's chest with enough force to make her catch her breath. Deathmask stepped through the dust and debris into a small entry room. 2 men sat in chairs on either side of the doorway, their hands over their faces. Specks of blood dotted their clothes, damage from the shrapnel. Veliana rushed the one on the right, thrusting a dagger into his chest before he could react. Deathmask waved a hand at the other, who suddenly dropped to his knees, gagging. Before she could see the total effects of the spell, Veliana stabbed his heart. Sometimes quick is better, she said. So far it seemed their arrival had gone unnoticed by those farther in, hidden behind a second door. Deathmask pushed it open, and they stepped into the last remnants of the Ash Guild, all gathered from the various corners of Veldaren. There were 20 of them, sitting on chairs and pillows and looking miserable. Veliana felt both anguish and elation at seeing Garrick among them. Part of her had hoped he died in the fire, for he deserved nothing better, but at least his survival meant that he would be hers, all hers. Members of the Ash, Deathmask said, screening Veliana with his body. He wanted to maximize the impact of revealing her, she knew. A smirk crossed her lips. They all thought her dead, Garrick included. How his mouth would drop, How his eyes would go wide. All around, the thieves stood and drew their weapons, for though Deathmask was one of them, there was something dangerous about his arrival, in the way he walked, the way he addressed them. "You," Garrick said, pointing a shaking finger, "you turned the spiders against us, didn't you? Why else would they let you live?" "I am not the one who went into bed with a spider, thinking I might not get bitten," Deathmask said. "This destruction is your doing. All your doing. Listen to me, guild members. He sold your souls to Threnn Felhorn, all so he might sleep well at night." "You lie!" About a third of the men around them were exchanging glances, and their daggers and clubs lowered. Veliana watched and waited. She had to be fast. The first attacker needed to die immediately if she was to discourage the rest. When it came to a battle of personalities between Deathmask and Garrick, there would be no contest. At some point, Garrick would call an end to it before he lost completely. "How else would you have maintained leadership?" Deathmask asked. "Why else would the guilds have made peace with you, even though your position was weak? Weeks ago you made your pact, and one by one the other guilds realized and left you alone. Only the Hawks attacked, and only once. Threnn punished them severely for that, didn't he?" More mumblings about them. A couple glared at Garrick. These were the rumblings of treason, Veliana knew. Normally such accusations would be whispered from ear to ear, allowed to fester and grow. But the trifecta had pressed too hard. If they were to survive, they needed new leadership, and now. "I don't know what you're talking about," Garrick said. He had drawn his dagger, but it remained at his side, as if he was afraid to even point it at Deathmask. "Come now. We all know whose guild this truly was, before it was Threnn's. It was Veliana's, not yours. Never yours. That is why you wanted her dead." Louder grumblings, though many were disparaging her. She felt anger simmer in her heart. Even now they would deny her work, her sweat, her toil. The gods damn them all. "She died because she tried to kill you? That's all?" Garrick said. Veliana stepped to Deathmask's side and pulled her hood back. She smiled, and the look on Garrick's face was everything she'd hoped it'd be. "I never died," she said. Her voice was soft, but even a whisper could have been heard in that suddenly quiet room. "But you will, you traitor. You sold your soul to Threnn. I can never forgive you." She flung herself at him, not caring for her safety nor the guild's greater numbers. She would have his head, and this time no one would stop her. Garrick cried out for aid, and several thieves jumped in her way. Spinning away from a club, she gutted one on her left, rolled along the ground, and hamstrung another as she stood. The one with the club tried to smash her back, but she twirled again, her spine bending at an unnatural angle so the swing passed above her breasts. And then she was up again, stabbing him repeatedly, kicking away his corpse with 7 bleeding holes in his chest. "Make your choice," Deathmask cried out. It seemed many had. They turned on the others, striking at those who moved toward him. The room was now in chaos, and within it Veliana thrived. She kicked out the legs of one rushing for Deathmask, burying a dagger in his ribs as his body hit the ground. Pulling it free, she flicked blood off it toward Garrick, who stood with his back to the wall, his dagger held before him. "Where's Threnn to protect you now?" she asked as she stalked him, her daggers hungry in her hands. "Where's the men who would rather rape me than serve under my leadership? Where's your guild, Garrick?" A blinding flash burst from behind her, a spell of some sort from Deathmask. In its light, she rushed Garrick, her knee leading. It slammed into his crotch while she swatted away his dagger. Her other dagger's hilt struck his forehead. She rammed an elbow into his mouth, then slashed across his face when she pulled back. Blood spurted from a gash across the bridge of his nose. His cry of pain was a garbled, weak thing. "Now, you're the example," she whispered to him. She stabbed her dagger into his throat, twisted it left, then right, and finally yanked it free. Blood splashed across her chest, but she didn't mind. At his death, much of the chaos slowed, for it seemed there was little point left in fighting. She glanced around and saw all eyes upon either her or Deathmask. Only 10 remained of the initial 20. "Those who would betray their loyalties deserve nothing less," Deathmask said, kneeling beside Garrick's body. He put a hand on the head, which burst into flame. The body blackened and smoked, and in seconds it was nothing but a pile of ash. Taking a handful, Deathmask stood and flung it into the air. It revolved around his head, hiding his visage, making him look like some strange monster instead of a man. "I am the ash now. None of you are worthy of my leadership. You killed for me, and for that I spare your lives. Begone! Throw down your colors, or prepare to have them stained with your own blood." It seemed none there had the will to challenge the blood-soaked Veliana and her master. Her heart felt a pang at their exit, feeling like the last remnants of the guild she and James had built were gone, but Deathmask had promised her something greater, and she had to trust him. She scanned those exiting, looking for a set of faces, men who had remained out of the fight like the sensible opportunists they were. "Neen, Mir," she said as they left. "You two stay." The twins looked back. They had pale skin, dark hair, and brown eyes that seemed to twinkle with subdued amusement. "Yes," they said. Deathmask approached them, and he offered his hand. "Veliana has vouched for your skills. Would you remain with me, and fight not for the Ash Guild that was, but for what it might yet be?" The two glanced about the room, as if to point out the obvious to them. "What guild?" Mir asked. "There are only us 4, said Neen. "And as long as the 4 of us live, there will always be an Ash Guild," Deathmask said. "You have seen what we can do. Join us. We need your strength tonight. The mercenaries must be shown that we will not roll over and die for them." The twins shared a look, and Veliana swore some sort of mental conversation was going on between them that she was not privy to. Then they accepted Deathmask's offered hand and shook it. "Why not? Could be fun." "Indeed," Deathmask said, grinning behind his mask of cloth and ash. Veliana shook her head, wiped the blood clean from her daggers. She spit on what little was left of Garrick's remains. Chapter 24. In the dark of Fellwood's dungeon, Oryx shivered. He sat on a woodcot and listened to the water drip. Where it dripped he didn't know. To pass the time, he tried to guess, but the echo always seemed to change on him. His cell was completely dark, without a single shred of light. He'd scoured the floor with his palms, but everywhere he touched was wet, and a drop never landed upon him. Still, the search did better to pass the time than thinking about his fate. Any time he thought of that, or of how long he might be in total darkness, his head swam and his heart lurched into his throat. He tried talking to anyone else, a guard or fellow prisoner, but his voice only echoed through the emptiness, never answered. For some reason that always made it worse. Without light, company, or a single meal, time was meaningless. At least 2 times he slept, and in his dreams he saw color, women, friends. He wished he could sleep more often. A loud creak startled him from a doze. Heavy footsteps echoed down the hall. Orange and yellow flickered along the walls, at first a wonderful sight, but soon painful in their brightness. Holding a hand before his eyes to block the pain, he felt a wretched sight as John Gandrum stepped in, soldiers at his side. "Stay seated," he said. "Otherwise my guards will open you up in many places." "But a man should always rise at the arrival of a lord," Oryx said. He held back a cough. His voice felt scratchy, dry. He remained sitting despite his protest. Given how light his head felt, he thought he'd pass out if he stood too quickly. John crossed his arms and looked down at him. In the yellow light, John's skin seemed like stone, old and unmalleable. His eyes looked even worse. For all the stories Oric had heard of Lord Gandrum's kindness, he'd yet to hear a story describe those eyes. Mercy didn't belong in them, not now, maybe not ever. Perhaps this was the Lord of the Dungeon, a different man from the Lord of Felwood. "Before we start, there's a few things you should know," Gandrum began. "First, I have talked extensively with the boy Nathaniel. His story is consistent and most damning. Second, the man Ingle thought he killed, the farmer Matthew, is not dead. Third, my men have already worked over Yuri and how he sang, Oric. I know what you did to that farmer's wife. The idea that you could claim they assaulted a caravan and held Nathaniel hostage is laughable. I never claimed it. That was Ingle's stupid idea." The faintest hint of a smile stretched at Lord Gandrum's lips, but then vanished. "Perhaps. A shame I cut his throat before I could tell him the farmer lived. I plan on ensuring Matthew is well rewarded, as is his wife. But the question remains now, what do I do with you?" "Well, between the rope and the axe, I think I'd prefer the axe." "In time, Oric, in time. See, my biggest problem is not with you, but with your master, Arthur Hadfield. Mark Tullen visited me before meeting with you and Nathaniel and Hynum. I know he was escorting the boy back, and I'm not a damn fool. Everyone knows he was a potential suitor of Elisa, and Arthur wanted him gone. Proving that, however, is another matter." His soldiers rushed in and grabbed Oric by either arm. Up went his hands, back and above his head. Chains rattled, and then he felt clamps tighten about his wrists. With him safely shackled, John sat on the small cot and pulled his heavy coat tighter about him. "Now, I don't mean proving it to just Elisa," he continued. "She's a bright gal, and there's too much here for her to ignore. However, Arthur's long held those mines at the edge of my lands, always refusing to pay taxes. I want those lands. It is my knights that have protected them. It is my lands his traders travel across to Veldarin. It is on my roads he ships his gold and sends for his supplies. By all rights they should be mine, and would have been if not for the gem crofts." "What could I possibly have to do with that?" Oric asked. His shoulders were starting to cramp, and he had a creeping feeling it was about to get a whole lot worse. Especially if they left him like this for several hours, if not days. "King Vaylor has rejected every claim of mine for taxes, no doubt because he fears the trifect more than he fears me. That, and their bribes. But Arthur has no heir, and he's never written a will in case he does have a son. If he dies as such, his lands will be joined with the closest lords." "You," Oric said, starting to understand. If Arthur died before marrying Elisa, then the land would become John's. But you aren't the one holding Arthur. Elisa is. And if she finds out... "If she finds out, then she'll force him to return the lands to her," said John. "But she'll only do that if she discovers what happened. Now do you understand? I hold all the control here. Arthur won't dare challenge me about your deaths, for the truth gets him killed. He can only keep his mouth shut and pray for the best. I, however..." Oric tried to flex his back, but he was held too closely to the wall. He rolled his neck back and forth, and it popped loudly. Minutes. It had only been minutes, but he already wanted out. Far better to shiver freely on the floor than sit, unable to move half his body. He didn't want to think about hours, or days, or, God's forbid, years. I hold Arthur's life in my hands, and yours as well, said John. I might have used Yori for this, but he didn't take well to my low servant's questionings. We had to ensure he spoke the truth, of course, so it is down to you. Where do your loyalties lie, Auric? You deserve death, we both know this. What might you do to be spared that fate? Help me, or otherwise? Oh, you said it yourself. Rope or axe? Auric couldn't believe his luck. He'd thought that he'd have nothing of value to offer. But if he could roll on his former master and somehow escape with his own head... What is it you want from me? He asked. I need you to kill Arthur before he can discover things have gone awry, and before Elisa might realize his involvement. Before you do, I want you to sign a statement I might use in the king's court detailing every bit of your and Arthur's involvement. What do I do once I kill Arthur? Auric asked. What happens then? This time the Lord did smile. A man of your talents? Surely you could disappear into a crowd afterward, and then, well, Kerr's a long way away, and Mordan even farther. I also hear the sailors in Angelport often need a good sellsword aboard their ships. What about the farmer? He's injured, and my healers say it will take several days for him to recover. We should have this concluded before he can be of any concern. Besides, these matters are far above his station, and his word in any court would be suspect at best, being just a low-birth simpleton. It couldn't get any better. Auric was hardly afraid of a little travel, and killing Arthur would be no skin off his nose. Given the nature of his mission, it'd only be natural they go somewhere quiet to talk, and after a bit of knife work he'd have his freedom. I'll do it, Auric said. Excellent. We'll claim you escaped the dungeon after we extracted your confession. When you went to Arthur, he tried to cut ties and claim everything was your plan. You killed him and fled, and to where? I don't want to know. Is this understood? It is. I'll have a servant down here with candles and parchment. Tell him everything you know, every possible detail. Farewell, Auric. He stood and left, and to Auric's great relief, John had his guards remove the clamps at his wrists before he went. True to John's word, an elderly man with a crooked nose arrived. "The beginning, please," he said, dipping his quill into an inkwell. So Auric told him, starting with Arthur's thieving from the Gemcroft mines and smuggling the coin to the Serpent Guild for laundering. "Will you truly let him go?" asked one of the soldiers walking alongside John, a veteran and trusted knight named Cecil. "Of course not," the Lord snapped. "The Gemcrofts have had those mines tied up in legal protection for over a century. I could wipe out half their family, their extended family, Arthur included, and they'd still find someone besides myself to be legal heir. To be truthful, I don't even want them. Giant hassle, all of it." "Then why the ruse?" "I need his confession. Quick, truthful, and most importantly damning to Arthur. I'll be sending you to Veldaren with that confession in your hands, along with a letter of my own." Cecil bowed to show he was honored. "Will we not be bringing Nathaniel back to his mother?" he asked as they exited the dungeon, doused their torch, and headed toward the mess hall. "Nathaniel was already abducted once on the road, and when he should have been in my care, no less. My own damn foolishness for trusting that snake, Arthur. I will keep him here, and in safety, until Elisa comes for him. But you can let Elisa know of his survival. She's a bright lady, But Arthur has a way with words, and who knows what lies he has spun about her to protect himself. That confession should burn them all away, and if she is who I think she is, she'll deal with him accordingly. Let me get some food into these old bones, and then I'll pen my letter. When you have mine and Oryx, ride hard to Veldarin. If Arthur suspects something's amiss, I fear he will make a move against her. Of course, my lord, Cecil said, bowing again. What of Oryx? John grinned. He said he preferred the axe, so prepare the gallows. He deserves nothing, not even the choice of his own death. Let him hang from my walls, the honorless bastard. Chapter 25. For a second night, Elisa watched the city burn from her window. There were more fires now, at least 7 she could see. She wondered what it meant. Were her mercenaries finding more of the thieves' rat holes? She held an empty glass in her hand, and she toasted the stars, which were hidden behind a blanket of smoke. "You deserve better, Nathaniel," she whispered. "I, too, can think of better homages for your son," Zusa said, having slipped inside without making a noise. Elisa had trained herself not to jump at Zusa's voice, but still she quivered, her nerves frayed. "Perhaps," she said as the woman came to her side, "but this is the best I can do." "You lie to yourself. This is for you. You're hurt. Do what you must, but do it in truth, and bear the burden proudly." "Enough," Elisa said, hurling her glass against the window. It shattered, small flecks of red wine dripping down to the floor. "I don't need speeches. I don't need your wisdom. I need my son back, my little boy." She pressed her head against the glass and refused to break. As the tears ran down her face, she stared at the distant fires and tried to revel in the bloodshed they represented. But she only felt hollow. "As you wish," she heard Zusa say. "Stay," she whispered, knowing the faceless woman would leave her. "As you wish. Tell me, how goes it out there?" Zusa gestured to the city. "The thieves are ready, more than they were last night. They started those fires, and they've killed many innocents. I think they're hoping to turn the people against the king, and it might work. If Veldarin is an altar, you've covered it in blood as a sacrifice to your son. I don't know which god will honor it, though. Perhaps they've both washed their hands of this miserable city." Elisa nodded. It sounded right. She had opened up her coffers and replaced their stores of gold with bodies of the dead. Was it a fair trade? Could it ever be? "What about the one who killed my son?" she asked. Zusa thought of her fight with him and how she'd been stopped at the last minute by Veliana's insistence. What the other woman wanted with him she didn't know, nor did she care. Veliana had sacrificed their friendship to take him from her and Elisa. If that was all she was worth, then so be it. But she didn't want to let Elisa know how close she'd come to taking the Watcher back to her, as much as she hated to lie. So she stretched the truth as far as it would go. "I fought him," she admitted, "but he escaped before I reached victory. Where he is now, I do not know." "Did you hurt him?" "Yes, I drew blood." "Good. At least that's a start. Will you go out again before the night is over?" Zusa put a wrapped hand upon the glass and stared out. Slowly she shook her head. "No, there's nothing out there. Just men killing one another. I think even the Watcher has stepped back to let it run its course. May I leave?" Elisa nodded. When Zusa was halfway to the door, she stopped and glanced back. She looked as tired as Elisa felt. "If I may be so bold, I have a request. Make this the last night, Elisa. Killing doesn't cover the pain of loss. It'll only drain you, leave you empty. I do not pretend that these men deserve mercy, not all of them. But this path you've chosen will only lead to ruin. Even if it does, I will follow you into it, even unto death." "I don't know if I can stop this," Elisa said. "You're strong enough, Lady Gemcroft. I know it. And with that she left, the door closing with a soft click of wood. Elisa watched the fires, but it seemed she could no longer keep her mind upon them. She felt tired, and she often thought of returning to her bed. She hadn't slept well lately, maybe a few hours at most. All throughout the day, men and women had come to her, claiming damages for what her mercenaries had done. Near the end, she had paid every claim, whether its validity could be proven or not. She hadn't had the energy left to care. At last, she delegated the responsibility to Bertram. As if thinking his name had summoned him, the old man opened the door, then knocked on it after the fact. "Yes, Bertram," she said, keeping her face to the window so he couldn't see her tears. "If this is about the cost of damages and repairs, spare me. I am in no mood, and you should be asleep in any case." "As should you as well," Bertram said, quietly approaching. "But it seems sleep is a difficult thing for most of us in these troubled times. I've come to discuss a different matter." "And what is that?" She could see his reflection in the glass, and she watched him chew his lower lip while he clasped his hands behind his back. "I've gone over the mercenaries' pay, along with our promised payments to the citizens, and the total is—" "I told you I had no interest," she snapped. "It's more than that," Bertram said, doing his best to keep his tone soothing and controlled. "I did as you requested, and treated cost as no object. But I feared the folly, and as I feared, it has come to pass. The cost has been unbelievable, especially with how many have died. The guild requires extra compensation for men who fall in the line of duty, for wives, children, mistresses, and the like. Plus the fires were more than we expected, and you have accepted blame for nearly all cases." "Your point?" she asked. He stood up straighter as he spoke. "We have nothing left, Lady Gemcroft. Your fortune is spent. Unless we delay payments for several years, we will default on at least a third of the mercenaries and aid with only half of the repairs." Her mouth dropped open. "Are you certain?" He nodded. "I have checked multiple times." She saw the fires burning before her, and suddenly they took on a different meaning. "Is that counting tonight?" "For the mercenaries, yes, but not necessarily any extra for the dead, since I cannot know for certain until tomorrow. But not the fires, no. I can only assume the worst." She felt her whole world spiraling away from her. How could all her wealth have vanished so quickly? It didn't seem possible. Of course, the mines in the north had lessened in their production over the past year, but still, what of their contracts, their trade? Had the thief guilds truly destroyed so much? "All is not lost," he said, sliding closer and wrapping a comforting arm around her shoulders. "I have thought of a way to help ease this burden. We still may delay some payments, especially for those who died without families or still have means to survive." "What is it?" she asked. "Lord Hatfield has an extensive amount of wealth saved up, an amount he hoped to bequeath to an eventual heir. If you were to marry, he would assume your debts. I have already discussed the matter, and he is willing to do his part to help you move on from your son's death, including this debacle you have unleashed upon our city." She crossed her arms and held them against her as if she were cold. Could she marry Arthur? True, he'd been kind since he arrived, and he seemed to have no intention of leaving. They'd shared a bed, even, and with him she did feel some measure of comfort. Her heart ached for Mark, but he was gone, as was her son. Should she continue to let that haunt her? Maybe Zusa was right. Maybe it was time to end all of it. "When?" she finally asked. "It will need to be soon, especially given how deep our debt is. If we make significant payments, we can hold our debtors at bay, as well as convince them we have every intention of making good on our promises. Leon Connington will help if you ask. No member of the trifect would let another fall so far as to bring shame upon them as well. Perhaps in a few days I can have the ceremonies prepared and all the proper documents written and presented before the King's Council for approval. There was something chipper about his tone that scraped against her spine like metal on glass. "Enough," she said. "Start on whatever you must. But don't tell Arthur anything other than that I am open to the idea. He should at least be the one to propose, not my father's old adviser." Bertram smiled. "Quite right. Quite right. Good night, my lady. Perhaps soon you will finally have pleasant dreams." "Good night, Bertram." Once he was gone, she blew out her candles, returned to her bed, and tried to sleep. She couldn't. "Arthur Gemcroft," she whispered, moving the name about her tongue as if trying to taste it. He would adopt her last name, as all men and women did when entering into a family of the trifect. Arthur Gemcroft. Arthur Gemcroft. It had a ring to it, she had to admit. She'd put off marriage for long enough. It was time for her to be practical. Still, as much sense as it made, it gave no comfort, and she tossed and turned until the morning light shone through her curtains, falling upon her haggard face and bloodshot eyes. The wound in Ghost's leg was worse than he'd originally feared. Without much reason to join the night's slaughter, he'd instead languished in his favorite tavern, drowning himself in alcohol to dull his pain. He'd passed out, and no one had had the nerve to wake him. Finally, he'd returned to his squalid inn, carefully put his weapons aside, and then collapsed onto his bed. The windows had no shutters or curtains, and the light streamed in upon his face. The dressings on his leg, haphazard at best, had soaked through, and he feared it was now infected. As he lay there, he felt the pain crawling its way up his thigh, as if it were a spider scurrying through his veins. If he didn't do something soon, he'd lose use of the knee, if not the entire leg. He wouldn't be the best anymore. He wouldn't even be a threat. A man of his strength, his skill, was not meant to be a cripple. Surely the gods did not intend such a fate for him. The gods. Ghost rolled off the bed, putting all his weight on his good leg. Damn that priestess. The Watcher had been his, thoroughly beaten. He didn't give a shit that he'd appeared wounded and weaponless. Assassinations, by their very nature, were unfair, but he'd been a fool to let her tend to the wounded Senke. He'd thought her too young to be a threat, but how wrong he'd been. "It's not the big snakes you need to fear," he remembered a friend telling him once as they crossed the grasslands toward Valderin. "It's the tiny ones who carry the real venom. Put that on your darts if you want a sure kill." The priestess was the tiny snake, the insignificant one among the wizard and warriors. Stupid. Stupid! He took a hobbled step toward a large dresser full of clothes and outfits. Leaning against it for support, he yanked out the top drawer, letting it crash to the floor. Reaching into the hole where it had been, he pulled out a small bag of coin. It'd have to do. Retrieving his swords, he opened the door and stepped out into the painful morning light. Twice on the way to the temple he collapsed, his knee unable to bear his weight. A black bruise swelled across it, and the pus where the Watcher's sword had cut him was turning green. No one paid him any attention, the crowd flowing to either side as if he were an overturned cart or a dead body. Reaching the temple offered Ghost little comfort. He still had to climb the many steps, a fact made no easier given their ruined state after the spell their high priest had cast the previous night. After the first few, Ghost gave up any pretense of pride. He sat down upon them, put his back to the temple, and pushed himself up one at a time. At the top, he braced himself on a pillar and used it to keep his balance while he stood. Men and women gathered about the wooden doors, crying out for aid. No doubt the temple was swarming with people inside as well. He'd seen the fires, heard the sounds of combat flowing up and down the streets. The thieves had put up a fight this time, firing arrows from the rooftops and preparing 100 ambushes. He pushed his way through them, the wound in his leg meaning nothing to his enormous arms. Most turned to glare at him, then decided otherwise, seeing his size and painted face. Once inside the temple, he leaned against a wall and surveyed the madness. Priests and priestesses of all ages were running about. They looked like white bees zipping from flower to flower. They'd kneel, exchange a word, maybe say a prayer, and then move on. The older ones lingered, and he saw many put their hands on wounds and whisper words of prayer to Asher. White light would cover their hands, sometimes weak, sometimes strong, and then sink into the wound. That was what he needed. Faithful or not, he wouldn't deny that the priests had their uses. But he wouldn't risk some juvenile treating him. He wanted a master, someone who knew what he was doing. "Where is Kaelan?" he asked as he grabbed an elderly priestess, her face a circular web of wrinkles. "Busy," she said, giving him a reproachful glare. She didn't seem the slightest bit unnerved by his size or skin. "Bring him," he said, refusing to let go despite her tugging to break free. "He owes me one. Tell him Ghost is here, and that I'm the one who saved this damn temple from the mob 2 nights ago." She looked him up and down, and though it seemed impossible, her frown grew deeper. "I'll see if I can find him," she said, then hurried on her way. He leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. If he could ignore every noise, every visual distraction, he could focus on the pain, and doing so made him feel better. His temples throbbed with each pulse, but he kept it under control. He felt the pain's limits, how far it stretched throughout his leg. Time passed, and he was dimly aware of it. "I see you've returned," a man's voice said. Ghost stirred to see Kaelan standing before him. He looked tired, with dark circles under his eyes and his smile forced. "May I ask why you've given us the pleasure?" In answer, Ghost pulled up his pant leg to reveal the wound. He winced when he saw it himself. The purple bruise had spread, and the green pus was filling up his bandage. Kaelan's smile immediately vanished, and he grabbed Ghost's arm. "This way," he said. "You need a bed now." Ghost wanted to protest, but didn't. He'd hoped for a bit of healing magic, and then off he'd be. Instead, he obeyed without argument, for his head ached, his stomach was doing loops, and he felt intensely drained. It was as if the pain were a fire burning away his energy. Kaelan led him through the maze of people and pews. His head swiveled, but he saw no opening, no space available. Muttering, he turned Ghost toward the back, then through a door to a modest room. It had a small desk, a bookshelf, and a bed, and it was that bed Kaelan set him upon. "My quarters will have to do," the priest said, "though I fear the bed might be small for you." "A bed's a bed," Ghost mumbled. "I suppose you're right." "Here." He tossed the small bag of coins to pay for his treatment. "Save my leg, will you?" Kaelan rolled up the pant leg, carefully folding it over and over until it was up to his thigh. Ghost closed his eyes. For some strange reason, he didn't want to watch. He didn't want to understand what the priest would do or what its implications were. Gods were for other people, not him. Gold and killing, that was God enough for him. He heard whispers, undoubtedly prayers, so he leaned his head back and tried to relax. The pain continued to throb, its reach growing. He felt it down to his shin, as if instead of giving him a single cut, the watcher had beaten and smashed his whole leg with a club. A strange sound met his ears. It was like a soft breeze blowing past the entrance of a cave, yet deeper, fuller. Even through his closed eyelids, he saw the light flare. When it plunged into his leg, it was like fire. He clutched the sides of the bed and clenched his teeth. His nostrils flared as he breathed in and out. "The infection is deep," he heard Kaelan say. "Bear with me, Ghost. I know you're strong. You will endure." More prayers and another burst of light. This time, when it plunged into him, there was no feeling of fire, only a cold numbness that spread with alarming speed. He worried that if it reached his lungs, he'd never breathe again. It stopped at his thigh, though, and then seemed to shrink back in on itself. With its retreat, he realized he felt no pain, even when the coldness left his leg entirely. "What did you do?" he asked, daring to open his eyes. "What you wanted me to do," Kalen said, looking down at him. "What else?" The priest resumed his prayers, and as his hands hovered over Ghost's knee, the flesh began to knit itself together, forming a pale scar on his dark skin. When finished, Kalen took a step back, and more collapsed than sat with his weight pressed against the door. His head thumped against the wood, and it seemed those dark circles had worsened. "A long 2 days," he said as if to himself. "Blame the trifect," Ghost said. "I blame no one. Have no reason. Some days are long, and some painfully short. Must say I do prefer the calmer ones to this, however." Ghost chuckled, but he didn't have the strength to continue. Drowsiness was stealing over him. He'd only slept a few hours in the tavern, and it had hardly been deep or comforting. The pain had found him even in his dreams. "I think I'll sleep now," he said. And then he did. His sleep was deep, dark, and strangely without dreams. When he awoke, he felt as if an immense amount of time had passed. His leg felt worlds better, though he was still hesitant to bend it. What if it was all an illusion, and the pain would return tenfold when he finally tested it? Rubbing his eyes with his hand, he shook his head to speed up his waking. He found himself alone in the room. When he put his weight on his knee, it buckled and gave completely. He caught himself on the bed and collapsed back atop it. "What the fuck?" he asked, then felt guilty for cursing in the middle of a temple. It was a silly feeling, but still his neck flushed. He stretched his arms and back, then settled in. What should he do now? It wasn't like he was in any real danger, and he'd already paid for the bed and healing. The only thing nagging at his mind was the Watcher. He needed another confrontation, one without those annoying mercenaries getting in the way. How could he manage it? And would the Watcher be foolish enough to return to that building, return to where he knew others might find him? What he knew about the Watcher could be written on a pebble. The man might still be with the Eshitans, or he might be halfway to Kerr. 10 minutes later, the door opened and in stepped Kalen. He looked a little better, but not much. "Was your rest pleasant?" he asked. He sounded distracted, the question more obligatory than anything. "Best in years. How long was I out?" "My guess is 5 hours," Kalen said. He pulled the chair out from the desk and plopped into it. Massaging his forehead with his fingers, he stared down at the wood and appeared to soak in the calm. Ghost had seen people look like that before, after they'd endured a long stretch on a battlefield. Once the blood and bodies were gone, the men looked as if solitude were something physical they could soak in like a sponge, silence a concoction they could massage into their temples and necks. "It bad out there?" he asked, disliking the lack of noise. "It was," Kalen said, his eyes staring through his desk. "Better now. A lot of dead, and even more anger and hopelessness. Too many expect miracles, as if I had any to give." Ghost felt another awkward silence descend over them. Deciding he was out of his league, he pulled things back to something more grounded, more real to him. "What's wrong with my knee?" he asked. "I can't stand on it." Kalen looked up. "I cleansed the infection and knit the flesh, but it is still tender. The spell I used to numb your pain will take time to fade, and until it does, most of your muscles will ignore any request you make of them. Don't fight it. There isn't much point. In another hour or so you'll be walking, albeit with a limp. A few more and you'll be back to doing whatever it is you do. Killing, I assume, sending me even more men and women to care for." "I came and paid good coin for healing, not insults." "My apologies," Kalen said. "That was uncalled for." "It was." He tilted his head toward the wall, not even wanting to look at the old man. The only ones he'd killed recently were those he'd been contracted to kill, and those who had been attacking the priest's temple. That was the thanks he got? Vague accusations of making the priest's life harder and a claim that he was nothing but a killer. You know what it's like to live in a place where everyone who sees you either hates you or is afraid? Ghost asked. There are many who are unsettled by my presence, and more who are angered by what I speak. But it isn't the whole city. Even those who fear you do so because you've got something they don't understand. They don't understand me either, but you, they could choose to be like you if they wanted. They can't be like me, no matter what they do. The best they could do is smear themselves with coal, and that'd vanish with a good scrub. Kalen leaned back in his chair, and he seemed to truly look at Ghost for the first time. Is that why you paint your face? To show them how different you are? Ghost chuckled. You want to know why? Truly why? It should show them how the difference between us, between me and you, is something as stupid as a strip of paint. Something so thin and artificial we think nothing of it if done to a wall or a piece of armor. But that never happens. Instead, they look at me with even greater fear. When I first started, those I hunted called me Ghost, and so I took the name and abandoned my old one. At least if they hated the Ghost, feared it, it was my own creation they feared. It wasn't me. It wasn't who I really was. Let them focus their hatred on something I can shed as easily as I shed this paint upon my face. Are you a killer? The priest asked. No. But I think Ghost is. And who are you when you are not this Ghost? Ghost looked at him, trying to understand the true desire behind the question. Kalen seemed interested, almost invested, in what he might say and do. There was no deceit in him, and of that quality Ghost considered himself an excellent judge. Who was he when not the man with the white face? Who was he when not hunting, when not contracted to capture or kill another? I'm not sure I remember any more, he said. Do you still remember your name? He should have, but suddenly it didn't seem so clear. It had been over 10 years since he adopted the Ghost moniker. Before that, he'd gone by a dozen names, changing them as he traveled east, for each city a new name. He tried to pull up childhood memories of hearing his mother say his name, but each one was different in the time-worn haze. Suddenly he felt ashamed, and he wanted to be anywhere other than beneath the priest's unrelenting gaze. No, he said at last, and I may never. Why does it matter to you, old man? If you have to ask, I fear your mistrust has sunk in far deeper than any infection. Ghost used the wall to shove himself onto his good leg. Enough, he said. My thanks for your help. Good luck with your wounded. And you with your wounds as well. An hour later, Ghost limped from the temple more than ever, certain that Haern needed to die, if only to put his suddenly troubled mind at rest. Chapter 26. Veliana pulled her dagger free of the man's neck and kicked his body away. All around her rose the stench of blood and dead bodies. They'd thoroughly trashed the home, broken chairs and shattered tables. Deathmask stood at the door, scanning for more trespassers on their territory, while the twins entered from the house's other room. I'm bleeding, said Mir. He's bleeding, said Neen. Badly? Deathmask asked, not bothering to glance inside. No. That seemed good enough for Deathmask. Veliana cleaned her dagger and jammed it into her belt. She felt ready to pass out. Between mercenaries and other members of the guilds, they'd killed over 30 men since the night started, and now it was halfway through morning, and still they continued, the most recent dead being from the Wolf Guild. It seemed Deathmask's desire for blood knew no bounds. She felt ready to collapse at the slightest breeze, yet he was still searching, still bouncing as if he were an excited maiden. The worst was that the territory they'd chosen to make their stand on was a single street aptly named Shortway, poorly traveled and worth a meager handful of coins in theft and protection money. "This is hopeless," she said, approaching her guildmaster. Some guild, she thought. 4 of them slaughtering trespassers on a single street. Surely the other guildmasters were quaking in their boots. "We've accomplished nothing other than a few bodies." "Rumors," Death Mask said, still scanning the sparsely populated street. "Whispers, exaggerations. Given time, they will work for us. We start with a single road, and let the rest of the city know that it is ours. Then we take a second, and a third. With each passing day we spread until we can take no more, and by then they will fear us more than any other guild, for we will be few, we will be skilled, and we will have shown they cannot stop us, cannot even slow us down." Veliana rolled her eyes but decided not to press the point. She felt too tired to argue. "Sleep would be nice," said Mir, or perhaps it was Neen. "Very nice," said the other. "Very well," Death Mask said. "Let's return. Tomorrow will be just as long, and longer, should the mercenaries finally slack off. We have more to fear from the guilds than from them. To the mercenaries we are a small nuisance, a paltry 4 worth no bounty. It's the other guilds they want. But Thren, Kadish, William, they'll understand. One of them will descend upon us with all their fury, and that is the battle we must win. That our entire fate will rest upon." "Rest?" said Veliana. It was really the only word from his spiel that her mind could latch onto. "I think that's the smartest thing you've said." His eyes narrowed behind his mask, but then he laughed. "We have longer days ahead of us than this, you 3. I hope you understand that. Still, no reason to press ourselves without reason. We've accomplished what we must. Let's get back to our little hideout." Death Mask led the way. No one accosted them on their travels, and it seemed none were tracking them either. Shortway was hardly the center of much guild activity, and those few who had stumbled upon it had died. Most of their kills had been thieves fleeing from other territories, where the mercenaries had been at their thickest. When they reached their safe house, a cellar rented from a well-bribed tavern keeper, Death Mask flung the doors open, lit a waiting torch with a touch of his finger, and led them down. The cellar was not empty. "It took you long enough," said the watcher, leaning against the far wall. The twins drew their daggers, and Veliana felt her hands reach for her own. Death Mask put an arm before them all, then took off his mask and grinned. "Forgive us. We didn't know we had company waiting. Have you come to accept my offer?" Haern nodded toward the twins. "Have you made new friends?" "For now," the twins said in unison. The watcher chuckled. "Very well, then. I take it you can read." A pouch hung from his waist, and he pulled one of many scrolls from it and tossed it to Death Mask, who caught it and began reading. His eyes widened, so Veliana glanced over, but he was moving it too much for her to decipher anything useful. "The whole city?" Death Mask asked. He looked ready to both laugh and lash out in rage. "Have you lost your mind?" "Perhaps." "Have you lost your courage?" "Don't turn this on me. You want to present every guild leader and member of the Trifect with the same demand, and then force them to accept within the span of a single night?" Veliana yanked the document from his hand and read further. In a tight, careful script, the letter warned the reader to either accept the following terms or die. A yearly sum, to be determined by the king or his advisors, to be equal to 1/3 the gold lost to theft or spent on mercenaries in an equal amount of time, would be equally distributed among the remaining 5 major thief guilds. In return, the guilds would protect everything within the city walls from theft by any of their members. Following these terms was the date on which the watcher expected an answer. The winter solstice. 2 nights away. She rolled the document up and tossed it back to Haern, who deftly caught it. "You've lost your mind," she said. "If I remember correctly, it was your idea, not mine. So the insanity should at least be shared." Deathmask laughed, but he looked ready to explode. "I wanted them to meet, to decide terms. I wanted delays, chances to manipulate various parties and to thin out the guilds who might resist. You want to force the guilds and Trifect to become bedfellows, and even worse, you want to do it all in a single night. How? What madness in you makes you think this could work?" "You know several will agree," Haern insisted. "Those mercenaries are devastating everyone, and will continue to do so as long as the Trifect can afford them. This war has lasted 10 years, far longer than even Thran wanted. The Trifect itself is hemorrhaging money, but they currently have no way to end this while saving face. And that's assuming Thran would even let them end it." Veliana shook her head. "You, of all people, should understand. Too many would resent us. You'd turn us from honest thieves to low-rent bodyguards. The very nature of the guilds would shift." "They shifted before," Haern said. "When my father took rule, the guilds were full of simple thieves, nothing more. They stole from who they could, rarely even having the courage to go after the Trifect. The drugs, the trafficking, the protection money. It all came from his mind, his vision. He changed the game." Haern's voice softened. "My father turned poor men with deft hands into an empire of organized theft and murder, and every guild followed. Give me my chance to replace his legacy with another. I've killed and killed, and now I will make it have meaning. Every guildmaster or leader who refuses will die by my hand. Those who assume control will be given the same demands and suffer the same fate if they refuse. My father began this chaos, and I will end it." Veliana looked to her guild leader, who was deep in thought. It was almost as if she could watch the idea growing in his mind, taking shape, every potential reaction sifting through a spider web of end results. "You have the Ash Guild's approval," he said suddenly, as if snapping from a daze. "Will you deliver the letters tonight?" "I will." "Then go do it. I only have one request. Leave your father to me." Haern paused, and his eyes glanced away. "Very well," he said when he looked back. "You stand to make a fortune, Deathmask. That is why I trust you. But remember, the same deal applies to you as well." If her guildmaster was upset by the threat, he didn't show it. Save your energy for those who will give you the most trouble. When the Watcher was gone, Veliana spun on Deathmask, shoving a finger into his face. "I can understand him wanting to perform this madness, but you—" Deathmask winked at her with his red eye. "If he succeeds, he succeeds. If he fails, we lose nothing. Besides, Veliana, what else does this plan need but some theatrics? The Watcher's plan is insane, and most likely he'll get himself killed. But I won't stop him. He already frightens the lower members of the thief guilds. If he lives, he'll become a terror to them. The only real chance of keeping this agreement in order long enough for us to benefit." "Why Thran?" asked Mir. "Why us?" asked Neen. "Because," Deathmask said, turning to the twins with his smile nearly ear to ear. "If Thran accepts, or dies horribly, the rest of the guilds will fall like dominoes. You wouldn't think I'd leave the most important part of the entire plan to someone else, would you?" Not since the hunger riots preceding the bloody Kensgold had Gerund Krold seen the people of the city so furious. As advisor to the king, he had listened to the many complaints about guards, fires, and theft, and the overall demands for compensation. He'd sat in his uncomfortable chair, a ledger before him, and denied every single one. The line of petitioners seemed endless, and that was with the castle guards filtering out some of the more unkempt individuals. Once the sun had finally set, Gerend spoke to the king, whispering lies in his ears about how the people still respected him. Finally free to retreat to his chambers, where a full bottle of wine awaited him as per his orders to his servants, Gerend let out a sigh as he passed through the stone hallway. "Fucking thieves," he muttered as he shut the door. The past 5 years had filled his head with gray hair, and his marriage had plummeted into occasional nights with his wife, but mostly him sleeping in the castle, her in their home. Removing the cork, he poured a glass and toasted the empty room. "To you, Elisa," he said, "for destroying in 2 days everything I built in 5 years. To Elisa, someone whispered, their breath upon his neck. Gerend nearly choked on his wine. He spun, torn between diving for a weapon and falling to his knees to beg for his life. The last time a thief had sneaked into his room, it had been Thran Fellhorn and a female companion. They'd threatened his wife to make him fulfill certain desires of theirs. The first thought that ran through his mind as he saw a man cloaked in gray was that they'd have to kidnap someone better if they wanted him to obey this time. "Thran?" he said, startled by the sight. It looked like Thran, only much younger. Gerend had a sudden fear that the man was immortal, immune to time, and determined to haunt him for all his life. As a wolfish grin spread across the intruder's face, he choked down such irrational thoughts. This wasn't Thran. The hair was the wrong color. "No," said the man. "Close, though. I am the Watcher. Perhaps you have heard of me." "I have, though I've wondered if you were actually real," Gerend chuckled. "I guess this should count as proof." The Watcher snatched the glass from his hand and drank the remaining half. As he smacked his lips, he tossed Gerend a scroll. "Read it," he commanded. Gerend did, his eyes growing wider with each sentence. "You want the credit for the idea to go to the king?" he asked when finished. "But why?" "The more involved, the better," said the Watcher. He leaned against the wall just beside the door. Even if Gerend managed to call the guards and not die doing so, the man would still get the jump on them. Besides, I need someone neutral in all this. Someone both sides view as on their side. You've accepted bribes from both the thieves and the trifect. Both will think you'll be in their pocket once the smoke clears." "But Edwin will never agree. He's terrified someone will poison his tea or put shards of metal into his bread. By the gods, he thinks every shadow in his bedroom is a man poised with razor wire." "He has something more real to fear, and we both know it. Valdarin is furious. You've failed to protect its people, and this time it's gone too far. Fires have burned down a quarter of the city. Innocent men and women died at the hands of mercenaries, and they come here finding no justice, no empathy. They have no one to turn to, no one to trust. Do you remember the riots 5 years ago? They will make those look downright orderly." Gerend nodded. He'd seen the anger simmering in the many waiting in his line. They'd certainly not left in a better mood after talking to him either. Getting King Valor to agree would involve marginal effort at best. Once Gerend played on his fears, then offered him the deal as a way to come out a hero, he'd agree in a heartbeat. Gerend glanced down at the parchment in his hand, still trying to determine the loophole, the underhanded secret hidden beneath the words. "What do you gain from this?" he dared ask. "We all want a legacy," the Watcher said. "This will be mine. The arrangement will rely on you, once everything is in order. Can you enforce it?" Those words, of a stranger demanding enforcement, sparked a memory, and coupled with seeing such a familiar face, Gerend couldn't keep his tongue still, keep the question unasked. Years ago, Gerend had tried to capture Thren's son, Haern, and had even used the king's old advisor, Robert Haern, to aid him in the task. Time had dulled his memory, and no doubt the child had grown. But still. "You have to be Thren's kin," he said. His long-lost son, Haern, perhaps? The Watcher pulled his hood lower over his face, and his mood seemed to sour. I would keep such thoughts to yourself, friend. They are dangerous. Gerend felt his blood chill. Of course. I guess it is no matter. But can you pull this off? A bluff won't work with either side. I have lived on the streets, hunting them like dogs. Every single guild has initiated me into their order without knowing it. I know where they live, where they hide. Few can challenge my skill, and none my determination. I will kill them, all of them, if I must. Make the king listen to you. He stood and put a hand on the door. I've already delivered the rest of the messages. They'll bring their answers to you. Come tomorrow, I'll check here first to see who is safe and who must be dealt with. I understand. As the door opened, Gerend couldn't hold in a chuckle. The Watcher stopped, as if he suspected a trap. No, it's not that, he said as the man closed the door. I just found it humorous is all. A long time ago, your father came to me, threatening my wife to help him escalate his conflict. Yet now you come here seeking to end it. This time the apple fell far from the tree, didn't it? This seemed to put a smile on the Watcher's face. Good night, advisor. Do your part, and trust me to do mine. He vanished out the door. Gerend plopped down onto his bed, and now that he was alone, he felt his hands start to shake, his nerves finally getting the better of him. It seemed, despite the guards and walls, those with enough skill could still reach him. Perhaps the king's jumping at shadows wasn't so irrational after all. "Where's that damn wine?" he asked. Seeing the bottle, he held it by the neck and drank straight from it. Given what he was about to go through the following day and night, he'd need all the courage he could get. Chapter 27. Delicia stumbled upon him getting ready as night fast approached. "Where are you going?" she asked. He'd shared Senkei's room, but the other rogue had gone out to spend a night relaxing in the taverns. "I've got some business to take care of," Haern said. Brug's trunk of weapons lay open before him, and he slid several daggers into his belt, plus another into a pocket of his boot. "My brother did some digging," Delicia said, crossing her arms underneath her breasts. "And he says the mercenaries won't be going out again tonight. So what is it you're planning? For once, the night might be peaceful." Haern felt a half-smile tug at the corner of his mouth. "The nights are never peaceful here. Quiet, perhaps. But killing can be silent work when done right. Never mind that, though. Promise me you'll stay inside. Things are about to get very dangerous." She put a hand on his arm. "For you as well?" He shrugged. "Can't help it. I have a chance to do something great, Delicia, something real." "Will you kill?" He rolled his eyes. "This isn't the same." "Then what is it?" "Safety," he said, "for all of us. My father wants a legacy, and I'll deny him it. What he started, I'll end, or I'll die trying." "You don't have to do this alone," she said. "Let us help. Let me help." "You lost enough because of me. I won't risk the life you've rebuilt here." "Who said you had a choice?" He winked at her. "Where I'm going tonight, I don't think a priest or priestess has ever been. Good night, Del." He took her hand, kissed it, and then left. The trip to the castle wasn't long, though scaling the outer wall, sneaking past the guards, climbing up to one of the higher windows, and then stealthily descending to Gerend's room took more time than he would have preferred. Probably should have made the advisor meet him at the front gates, he thought. Would have saved him the hassle. When he slipped inside, Gerend looked ready for him. He smiled at Haern's entrance, but Haern saw the way his eyes darted about and how the edges of his smile quivered. The man was nervous, but Haern didn't think it was because he'd set a trap. No doubt he felt the eyes of every guild upon him, plus the anger of the trifect. "What were their responses?" Haern asked, having no time to waste. I've received an answer from everyone but the Ash Guild and Laurie Keenan. With him down in Angelport, there's no way he might give an answer, and no keeper of his estate here would dare agree to something like this without confirmation. Don't worry about the Ash Guild. I have their answer. Laurie will fall in line when the other two Trifect leaders agree. Tell me, have any said yes? The Wolf Guild will, but only if Thren agrees as well. If the Spider Guild doesn't fall in line, though, they'll deny ever saying so. Is that it? Gerund licked his lips. The Serpent Guild's man said they'd rather kiss the arses of 1,000 corpses than the Trifects. The Hawks fired an arrow over our wall, a cloth tied to the shaft, with the word "never" written in blood upon it. Leon Connington's advisor sent a letter saying they were open to negotiations, but not under such conditions. Lady Gemcroft's response was cryptic. I received a letter from her saying you'd have to kill her, while her advisor came by later insisting she might change her mind given time. As for the Spider Guild... He gestured to a package waiting beside his bed. Haern opened it to find a severed head, eyes and mouth sewn shut. "Who is it?" he asked, frowning. "Look closer." He did, saw the gray hair, thin nose, and most noticeably the fresh cut running from the head's left eye to its ear. Haern glanced back at the advisor and saw a similar, albeit faded, scar on his face. He felt a pang of guilt, and he wondered who the poor guy had been. "Intimidation," Haern said. "Don't fall for it. I won't let them get to you." "How?" asked Gerund, exasperated. "There are 5 guilds, and 3 leaders of the Trifect. 3 of the guilds and 2 of the Trifect have denied you. Can you kill them all?" "I might be better off having you killed instead and letting them fight amongst themselves." Haern narrowed his eyes, and the advisor immediately retracted his comment. "Forgive me, I'm stressed, and have had more to drink than I probably should. How will I know if you succeed?" "They'll come tell you," Haern said, turning to leave. "Oh, and escort me out, will you? I don't have time to mess around with your guards." "Sure," said Gerund. "Why not? A king's advisor and an assassin, side by side as friends. I've suffered through stranger." They walked through the halls toward the castle's exit, and several times Gerund had to calm soldiers who saw Haern's cloaks and sabers, and immediately assumed the worst. At the giant doors, Gerund grabbed his arm and pulled him close. "Be careful whom you kill first," he said. "If you fail, but still strike down the leaders of either side, you will unbalance everything. You must succeed in this, Watcher. If I unbalance things, at least you'll finally have a winner," Haern said, grinning. "And I don't plan on dying. I'll visit you come the morning. I promise." He flew down the streets, his legs pumping. His eyes darted every which way, knowing that the guilds would be prepared for his arrival. For the longest time he'd only been a phantom to them, but now they'd heard his promise. This was their chance. Deathmask had asked him if he was insane. Perhaps he was, but at least Deathmask had also seemed to understand. If he was going to try, why not try for the impossible? He decided the first ones to visit would be the Hawks. They were no friends of the Spider Guild, and their recent conflict with both them and the mercenaries had surely devastated their numbers. Their leader, Kadish Vel, was a sensible enough man, a bit of a gambler. If Haern could convince him to give the treaty a chance, especially as a way to diminish Thren's danger, then he should be able to win over the guild's cooperation without having to kill its leader. The Hawk Guild's headquarters had shifted several times, but even after Thren's attack, they'd refused to move from their current tavern. No doubt Kadish was tired of running. They'd emptied out during the mercenaries' rampage, but with the night turning quiet, he felt certain they'd return. With the strange threat of the Watcher hanging over them all, they'd want to be where they felt safe, where they recognized every face, knew every shadow, every entrance. If he was lucky, they had thought his offer a bluff, or even an opportunistic lie of the king, an attempt to save face before his furious populace. Still, their eyes would be open even if they doubted. Nothing that night would be easy. If he had to open up with a stealthy kill, he would. Conversation be damned. Dead bodies spoke clearer than anything else in the world of thieves. He'd given them their warning. 2 men stood at the entrance, obviously on the lookout. The one on the left looked bored, as if he'd drawn the short straw that night. The other was older and more aware. Haern drifted along on the left, hunched over, limping, and muttering to himself as if he'd had too much to drink. Neither hawk gave him a second glance. Once out of their sight, Haern walked closer, a hand leaning against the tavern, as if he needed it for balance. Upon reaching the back, he saw a door, most certainly locked and barred. He tested it just to make sure. No lock, but it was barred. A veritable army of feral cats lurked about, and one hissed at his presence as it hunkered down over a scrap of fat. "You're right," Haern whispered to the feline. "I should wait my turn, shouldn't I?" The alley was thin, dark, and full of places to hide. 10 minutes later, he heard a thud from the other side of the door, and then it creaked open. "Enjoy," said a burly man, chucking a bucket of what seemed to be a mixture of vomit and wood chips. The mess splattered onto the stone, and in leaped the cats, there to hiss and growl while they searched for something edible. When the man's back was turned, Haern stepped from his hiding spot, jumped into the opening, and flung his arms around his neck. A quick jerk, and he fell, his scream muffled by Haern's palm. "Sleep well," he whispered, slipping inside. Haern stepped inside a storeroom, cramped and occupied almost entirely by the 2 shelves on either side. The man he'd knocked out wasn't the barkeep, one of the few things that might allow him to remain hidden. Already he heard the raucous drinkers at the front, and they would not have tolerated any sort of absence from the one supplying their liquor. Judging from the man's size and duty, Haern had taken out a heavy hand, someone to deal with those who got out of line. Haern chuckled. Now that was someone who would not be missed by the crowd. He ducked underneath the lowest shelf, peered out the inner door, and was rewarded with the sight of a pair of hairy legs as the barkeep scratched at a scab near his ankle. Rows of bottles stretched before him. He was behind the bar. From his time inside before, Haern knew there'd be a locked door to the right of the bar, blocking off a staircase that led into the lower quarters that the Hawks had enlarged and adopted as their own. Question was, how did he get inside? As he pressed his back against the wall, an idea came to him. He waited a moment to see if the barkeep noticed the movement, then pressed his elbows against the wall. There was no plaster or paint, just a thin piece of wood. Bracing with his feet, he pressed inward, hoping the laughter and singing might drown out the noise. He pressed harder, every muscle in his legs taut, and then the board gave. Wincing at the noise, he pushed it all the way in until it snapped in half. He worked an arm through, then his head, and finally the rest of his body. When he fell out the other side, he was behind the locked door and inside the small staircase leading to a second door. Haern drew his sabers, thrilled by the way they handled. Senkei had given him a fine gift. Hopefully he'd put them to good use. The time for stealth was over. He tested the door at the bottom of the stairs, found it unlocked, and then kicked it in. As the loud crack echoed in the room, he leaped inside, already searching for his first victim. There were 4 men inside, sitting at a table with cards and wooden chips stacked before them. They shouted and reached for their weapons, but they were too slow. Haern whirled through them, rolling across the table and to the other side. Chips clattered along the floor, mixing with the blood. "Shit," he said as he stared at the bodies. None was Kadish Vel. He glanced about, seeing only one other room. Within were some ledgers, a shelf stocked with tiny bottles, and a bed. Haern couldn't believe it. The first of his many places to attack, and he hadn't even bothered to check inside the tavern first. Kadish was probably with his men drinking. So much for being the feared watcher of Veldaren. So much for his plans. He rushed back to the stairs, trying to decide on a course of action. No one would know he'd come down there yet. Kadish was in a public place with lots of people, but that could work in Haern's favor. Halfway up the stairs, he turned back and hurried to the small side room. Scouring the shelf, he looked to see if his idea was possible. The tiny bottles weren't alcohol as he'd first assumed. They were tonics, tinctures, and most important, poisons. Only half were labeled as he'd expected. Haern recalled his lessons when training under his father. For 3 months, he'd had a tutor who knew more about poisons than Haern could ever have learned in a lifetime. Many of his lessons during those long days had involved discovering the nature of unlabeled poisons. He shook several, checking their color, their consistency, and their weight. He pulled 4 aside, cleared a space on the shelf, and put the bottles atop it. One of the bottles was clearly an extract of shade leaf, but that was only part of what he needed. He took 2 others, shook them, and then poured drops of each together. When they turned green, he frowned. Trying another bottle, he mixed it with the nightshade. When the drops turned clear, he grinned. Dumping out half the bottle of shade leaf extract, he poured another bottle, a common mixture of king's blood and dandy blooms, in with the rest and shook it. The resulting mixture turned clear. It had a strong taste to it, which meant it only worked with certain alcohols. That was if you planned on putting it in someone's drink, of course. Haern had other ideas. Among the marked bottles was a useful paste that bonded with most poisons, thickening them into something akin to glue. Haern applied the poison to the blade of one of his daggers, being careful not to rush. The last thing he wanted was to prick a finger and die in the Hawk's basement dwelling. That hardly seemed like the noble end he felt he deserved. Last, he found one more particular bottle and smashed it. Haern climbed back through the hole in the wall, slipped out of the rear of the tavern, and then circled around to the front. The 2 thieves remained on guard, and they sneered at his approach. "Hey, you got to have money first," said the one on the right, blocking his way with his arm. Haern glared, then pointed through the door, slurring his words and making sure his hand bobbed up and down in the air. That guy, there's my brother. He'll cover for me, really. Ask him. He's a great guy. Married a whore who makes more money on her back than I could make in a month. Haern made sure he pointed between 2 tables, and the movement of his arm made it no clearer whom he was referring to as his brother. The guard on the left looked inside, as if he could somehow pinpoint the man anyway. The one on the right grabbed Haern's arm. "I said, get out," he said, but Haern moved too fast. He spun out of his grip, slashed open his throat, and then turned to the other. Before he could let out a cry, Haern stabbed his chest with an unpoisoned dagger, ramming his arm over his mouth to hold in the scream. It came out muffled, not loud enough to attract any attention within. It seemed the men and women were eager to celebrate their first moment of peace in 2 days. No doubt they thought they'd beaten the mercenaries, or at least they wanted to think so. Knowing time was far from an ally, Haern lumbered into the tavern, resuming his drunken gait. With his head low, he scanned the bar, looking for Kadish Vel. He found him in the far corner, sitting with his back to a wall. 6 men sat with him at the giant round table, along with a pretty lady at his side. She seemed bored with the proceedings, and Haern wondered if she stayed with him for coin or for safety. The rest were joking or boasting, their voices loud and slurred. All but Kadish. He seemed mildly amused at best. Haern drifted toward him. He had one chance at this, just one. "Hey, hey, hey!" shouted one of the men as Haern slid between them, directly opposite Kadish. Haern put his hands on the table and he leaned forward as if keeping balance were a struggle. "Kadish?" Haern asked, looking lazily at the guildmaster. "Sorry, friend, the bar might be mine, but the drinks still don't come free," said Kadish. Haern never responded. His hands, leaning there on the table, were also within inches of the sabers at his hips. As his cloaks folded away, Kadish saw them, and that was when Haern moved. He drew them both, and in one smooth motion sliced through the necks of the men to either side of him. As they collapsed, their blood splattering across the table, Kadish flung himself out of his chair, pressing his back into a corner. The pretty girl looked dazed, as if she didn't believe what she saw. 2 of the men moved closer to defend Kadish, the others drawing daggers and lunging. Haern batted one aside, killed another with a riposte, and then spun, a whirling machine of death. Cries of alarm spread across the tavern as the rest realized what was going on. Falling to one knee, Haern let go of a saber and yanked the poisoned dagger from his boot. From underneath the table he saw the lower half of Kadish's body. No armor. No realization of the danger. He flung the dagger, trusting his aim. It plunged into the meat of Kadish's thigh, and Haern allowed himself a smile. And then he was moving again, his sabers reveling in the blood of his opponents. The whole tavern was in chaos, half the customers fleeing, wanting no part of whatever might happen. Many others cried out in warning, expecting an ambush. One shouted Thren's name as if he must be the one responsible. Haern weaved through them all, deflecting sword strikes and slicing into the arms of those who thrust their daggers. A heavy-set man tried to block his way at the door, but Haern rammed into him with his left shoulder. His right hand stabbed repeatedly. The two collapsed through the door, landing beside the bodies of the guards. Out in the open, Haern took to his feet and ran. Curses followed after him, but he was too fast. The city so familiar that he could weave and turn without pause through the maze of alleys and streets. He wished he could have talked to Kadish, convinced him to change his mind, but there'd been no way. The poison would work its way up his leg and to his lungs, locking them in place. There was a cure, but that had been in the bottle Haern smashed before leaving. By the time they found another, Kadish would be dead. A list of targets passed through his head. He'd taken out one of the guilds, so it was time to move on to a member of the trifect. From what he'd learned, the recent wave of mercenary attacks had been the doing of only one. If there was to be any peace in the city, Elisa Gemcroft would need to die next. Chapter 28. Elisa was hiding in her room from her relatives when Zusa arrived, a letter in hand. "He's coming," she said as she handed over the parchment. "The man who killed your son. He wants you to agree to his terms or he'll kill you." "This man? The Watcher?" Elisa crumpled the letter without reading it, needing only the signature at the bottom to know her answer. "He kills Nathaniel, then dares make demands?" "He'll come tonight," Zusa said. "And he's skilled, milady. He might carry out his promise." "Let him come," Elisa said. "You will protect me. He cannot hide from you, not here in my mansion. This is our home, and he the stranger. I trust you with my life, Zusa. Don't let me down." "The terms aren't so unfair," Zusa insisted. "Bertram would have you agree." "I don't care. Let the Watcher try. He dies tonight." And so the day droned on, Elisa with less and less patience with the relatives who had remained after the funeral, preferring the safety of her mansion to their own homes. Bertram came to discuss the wedding, but she ordered him away. She was even curt with Arthur, who brought her a plate of food and a glass of wine. "You have eaten nothing all day," he said. "Please, take something. You will feel better. We have things we must discuss." Fearing he might bring up the subject of marriage, or, God's forbid, propose right there holding a plate of bread, boiled potatoes, and cabbage, she told him to get out. His caring demeanor faltered a bit, and he stormed away. "You have no time left to be a little child," he told her before slamming the door shut. "Already your immaturity overstays its welcome." "And you yours," she screamed, hurling the glass of wine he'd left behind. She wished Zusa were there, but she'd vanished, although promising to never be far. "If you know, then you might reveal my presence," the faceless woman had argued. "If you trust me, then trust me. Trust the shadows to hold only me." The night dragged on. This time there were no fires to watch, no men rushing up and down the streets. Just quiet. It seemed eerie, as if the city was suddenly waiting for something. Bertram had told her he feared terrible retribution from the guilds for her actions, but so far it seemed none were coming. Or maybe one was, coming in the form of the Watcher. Elisa checked the lock to her room for the 4th time. With nothing to read and nothing to do, she sat down on her bed, closed her eyes, and wished she could sleep. It'd be so much better for her to die that way, unable to feel the pain. Part of her expected just that to happen, though another part was revolted by the sheer weakness involved in considering it. She should be stronger, better, but she was so tired. The Gemcroft estate felt like chains attached to every inch of her body, dragging her down, pulling her into an exhausted pit where she could feel no emotion, cry no tears, and express no love. It was in that pit that Arthur waited. The sound of cracking glass startled her to a sitting position, her heart leaping all the way up to her throat. Any calm she might have felt in accepting this fate vanished with the threat finally there. A man was outside her window, hanging from a rope. The glass had cracked in a circle of veins where his heel rammed into it. She saw him kick off, his momentum bringing him back into the glass. This time it shattered, and in rolled the Watcher, all cloaks and blades and broken shards. Elisa rolled off the bed in the direction opposite him. Hitting the ground with a thud, she scampered toward the door. A dagger flew, and she felt a tug as it passed through strands of her hair before thudding into her locked door. Panic struck her, and she spun to face her attacker. "Lady Gemcroft," said the man, and he bowed low as if in respect. It seemed so comical coming from him that her mouth dropped open. "I've come for an answer to my offer, and for your sake, I hope it differs from the one I last received." She thought to lie, or bargain, or maybe just turn, fling open the lock, and hope she was faster than him even though she knew she wasn't. She'd die with a dagger in her back, or maybe a saber in her neck. With each step he took, she took one back, until she realized he was carefully guiding her away from the door. If she was to flee, she had to do it now. Either that or give in. Before she could choose either option, the shadows above her shifted, and from the corner, Zusa leaped, her cloak uncurling from about her body as if she were an insect emerging from a cocoon. The Watcher, instead of retreating at the ambush, rushed toward her. Elisa dove out of the way, and only when she landed did she realize she'd done as the man hoped. He'd cut her off from the door. From her knees, she watched Zusa and the Watcher clash. His sabers were longer than Zusa's daggers, and he had the greater reach, but it seemed not to matter. Elisa had seen Zusa leap naked into a river to fight a dark paladin of Carrick, seen her wield her blades with shocking speed and skill. But Elisa had never seen her fight like this. Sword and dagger clashed in a constant echo of noise, sharp and painful in the closed room. The Watcher whirled, his weapons a blur, yet Zusa met every move. Her body arched and weaved as if her bones were liquid, and her balance relied on will alone. Elisa tried to follow them with her eyes, but could not. Over and over, a saber would pass so close to Zusa's flesh she'd wince, expecting a shower of red, but it never happened. "Elisa!" Someone shouted from the other side of the door. Something heavy thudded against it, most likely a fist striking in a panic. "Send my guards!" she screamed back, returning to her wits. Another thud, this heavier, but the lock on her door was sturdy, designed to hold out far more than a single man. She desperately wished she'd left it unlocked. The Watcher leaped from side to side, avoiding Zeus's thrusts, and then spun about, hiding his body with a sudden flourish of his cloaks. From within its folds, she saw the glint of his sabers, darting out with a quick slash from the chaos. Zusa retreated from them, careful to keep herself between him and Elisa. For a moment, Elisa thought it might work. If Zusa could hold on until help arrived, the man would have to retreat. But then Zusa cried out, and blood splashed across the carpet. Elisa felt her heart stop. Zusa continued fighting even as the wraps on her left arm were soaked crimson. Could she fight through it? For a few long moments she did. Zusa went on the offensive, her whole body twisting into her thrusts, giving her a reach beyond even the sabers. This time the Watcher fell back, batting each thrust aside, the contact ringing in Elisa's ears. Their speed. It was unreal. At one point their weapons entangled, looping and parrying in what could only be described as a lethal dance. Faster and faster they moved, each refusing to give the other an inch of room. The sound of their battle escalated, and Elisa found herself clutching the carpet, her whole body tense. The second she saw another splatter of blood, she would run for the door. Risks be damned. But it was all bluster. She saw the pain on Zeus's face, and her heart broke. The Watcher's foot struck her protector's chin, and as she staggered back, in sliced a saber, cutting into her arm. Zeus dropped one of her daggers, and suddenly at a disadvantage she could not hold him back. His assault came, vicious and quick. Another thin cut opened on her leg, the slash so quick Elisa never even saw it. Fists and knees slammed into Zusa, and she rolled with them, rolling away from the door. She was granting Elisa a way out, sacrificing her body, her life to do it. The Watcher kicked her again, hard in the throat. As she fell back, he descended upon her, a saber tip pressing against her chest, just above her heart. His elbow trapped the arm, still wielding a dagger, the rest of his weight pressing against her waist to keep her from moving. "Why do you hunt me?" she heard him ask Zusa. It seemed so strange to her to hear him wonder, but she dared not think of it. She wouldn't allow Zusa to die for nothing. With her fall, Elisa knew there was no way for her to escape. Men shouted from the other side of the door, but they were yet to begin breaking it in. At least she could accomplish something with her death. At least she could reward such a loyal servant for all she had done. "Wait!" Elisa screamed before she might lose her courage. "Take me, but let her live." The Watcher looked over to her, a quick glance before returning his gaze to Zusa, who even in such a state remained dangerous. "Why?" he asked. "Why would you kill yourself? I offered you a chance to end all this. Are you so vain that you would rather die than work with men such as me? All of Veldaren suffers, and I offer you a chance to save it." "Damn your offer," said Elisa. "I could never agree, not after what you've done. Now take my life and spare hers." "What I've done?" he asked, and he sounded genuinely perplexed. "Her son," Zusa said, her voice hoarse from the kick. "You killed her son, then scrawled your name in the dirt with his blood." The Watcher looked taken aback. His eyes glanced between them. When something heavy thudded against the door, his body tensed. "When?" he asked, his voice soft. "Weeks ago, on the road north to Tynum." Using one of his sabers, he pushed the final dagger free from Zusa's hand, then stood. "Murderer of children," he whispered, as if finally understanding something. "I know what child you speak of. 5 years old, perhaps 6, red hair?" "He lives, Lady Gemcroft. I saved him, though he was wounded and with fever. I left him in the care of a family and paid them well to protect him." Elisa shook her head. He had to be lying. It didn't make any sense. "Why?" she asked. "How? The caravan was attacked." "I came upon an ambush of a caravan, but not by thieves. They were men wearing the same insignia, a sickle held before a mountain. Your boy was the target, though at the time I never learned his name. That caravan contained crates of gold bearing your family's crest. They were smuggling it into the Serpent Guild, though why I do not know." It was too much. That crest, that was the Hadfield family crest. Could Arthur have attacked Mark, attacked Nathaniel? But why would the Watcher lie? He could easily kill her and Zusa. And besides, she'd seen her son's body. His burned... "Arthur claimed to have found the body," Zusa said, as if she were following Elisa's thinking. "His men brought it back, burned beyond recognition. His men found the caravan. Mark, his competition. Nathaniel, your heir." As the door to her room cracked, the hinges wincing in protest, she saw the Watcher tighten the muscles in his body. He was preparing an action. Time was nearing its end. She couldn't stall. She had to make a decision, the one that felt right. "If you did save my son, you have my most sincere gratitude," she said. "I'll agree to your terms. Zusa told me they were fair, and I trust her. But if I find this to be a lie, I will bring the wrath of the entire trifect down upon you." The Watcher grinned at the threat. "I have a date with the serpents, so I must be going. I'll keep your threat in mind." He turned to the window and ran, leaping out as if a madman. Then she saw him catch the rope still hanging, and like a spider he zipped back toward the roof and out of sight. Zusa gingerly rose to her feet, holding her bleeding arm with her hand. "You know what you must do," she said, and Elisa nodded. "Enough!" she shouted to the men trying to break down her door. "Stand back, he's gone!" Zusa went over and unlocked the door. Guards spilled in, their weapons drawn as if they refused to believe her. One checked underneath her bed, while several others looked out the window and swore. "Are you all right?" asked Bertram, pushing through them and hugging her. "I'm fine," she said. "It's Zusa who was hurt, that's all." Bertram didn't even glance the faceless woman's way. "Thank the gods! I wish you would spend the night with the rest of the guards. It was folly to remain in here alone in the first place." "I said I'll be fine. I'm safe here, save for a bit of a draft." She tried to smile, but her hands were shaking, and her smile trembled on her lips. And the night wasn't done just yet. "Leave me," she told her guards. "Trust me, I will be safe." The men grumbled, and they looked none too happy, but she was their employer, and grumble was all they could do. Bertram waited until the rest were gone before bowing. "Is there anything else you need from me?" he asked. "Send for Arthur. I need his comfort." "Of course, most understandable." When he was gone, she looked to Zusa. "How bad are your wounds?" "I have suffered worse. You're bleeding all over my expensive carpet." Zusa smiled, then suddenly let out a rare laugh. "I guess I am." Elisa walked to the door, stopped, and outstretched her hand. Zusa put a dagger into it and folded her fingers closed. "Tell Arthur to meet me in the gardens," Elisa said. "I'll be waiting at Nathaniel's grave." She hurried out of her room and down the hallways. Every twist and turn was second nature to her, and she managed her way out to the darkness without alerting any of her guards, or, more important, Arthur's mercenaries. In her garden behind the mansion, she felt the cold air bite into her skin, felt the moonlight shine down upon her. A few minutes later, Arthur arrived, his arms crossed over his chest to keep in his warmth. She turned and kept her hands folded behind her back, the hilt like ice in her fingers. "Are you safe, my dear?" Arthur asked, immediately wrapping her in his arms. "I only heard the commotion at its end, and Bertram found me before I could dress." Elisa smiled at him, but when he made to kiss her, she tilted her head away, her eyes falling upon the grave marked by a stone angel, the lettering at its feet reading, "Nathaniel Gemcroft." "I just want to ask you something first," she said, her hand still behind her as if she were shy. "Anything." She looked into his eyes, watching his every reaction. "Whose body is truly in this grave?" The hour was late, and Arthur had not the slightest reason to expect the question. He paused, and for 1 second she saw the guilt in his eyes and the fear. What replaced them was cold cruelty. Without a word, he lunged for her throat with his bare hands. Before they could close around her, she stabbed him with Zusa's dagger. As his blood spilled across her arms, he looked at her with wide-eyed shock. She could almost read his thoughts as they flashed over him. "This can't be happening, not to me, not when I played this so perfectly." She twisted the dagger, taking pleasure in the pain that crossed his face. "I wish I could make it hurt worse," she whispered into his ear, as if they were still lovers. And then his body collapsed, and she stepped out of the way, letting go of the dagger. She stood there, breathing heavily, and watched the blood mix with the soil. When Zusa arrived moments later, Elisa did her best to smile. "At least I didn't stain the carpet," she said, but her smile was forced. Zusa put her arms on Elisa's shoulders and kissed her forehead. "Thank you," Zusa said. "For what?" "For being willing to sacrifice yourself for me." She gestured to the body. "What do you want me to do with him?" "Hide him for now, until we know how Arthur's mercenaries will react. But first, the Watcher's plan. Will it work?" Zusa shrugged. "It's possible. He'll have difficulty doing it alone." "I can't do this any more, Zusa. If Nathaniel's still alive, I want him here with me. I want him safe." Go with the Watcher. Help him against the serpents, but the serpents only. I won't help him harm a member of the Trifect, but for one more night I can bring revenge on the guilds that have harmed us so. They stole from me, them and Arthur. Bring ruin upon them as they deserve. As you wish, milady, Zusa said. Despite the wounds on her body, she offered no protest. Dragging Arthur's body by the arm, she hid him behind a row of rose bushes, currently nothing but thorns and brown stems. I'll inform Bertram, the faceless woman said, cleaning her dagger. He'll need to replace Arthur, and perhaps much of the Hadfield family, in their rule over our minds. If he acts quickly, we might find that which was stolen. Thank you. I could use a moment's peace until then. Zusa returned to the house, and Elisa followed. Their paths branched, she to her room, Zusa to Bertram's. Once back, Elisa collapsed on her bed, eager for the night to be over. Doubt gnawed at her, and she hoped she'd done the right thing. At least, in time, she'd know for sure. If Nathaniel lived, then everything would be justified. Everything would be made better. She thought of the carnage and chaos she'd unleashed upon the city, all in a desire for vengeance, only for it to be Arthur's doing, not the thieves'. Not directly, anyway, though it seemed the Serpent Guild had had a hand in it. Hopefully the gods might forgive her. The door opened, and in stepped Bertram. Not surprisingly, he looked rather upset. "I can scarcely believe what Zusa told me," he said. "Is it true? Did you kill Arthur?" "I did, and I was right in doing so." The old man locked the door, then placed his head against the wood as if he needed its support to remain standing. "He was our last hope," he said. "We've squandered our wealth on mercenaries, destroyed the Gemcroft family's reputation, and now you ruined the only chance of bringing back any respectability to our name? Why?" He turned to her, and the look in his eyes sent a chill running through her spine. "Bertram?" she asked, sliding her legs underneath her. "Why did you lock the door?" The old advisor pulled a dagger from his bedrobes. For a moment his cold rage turned to pity, and she wasn't sure which infuriated her more. "You had such potential," he said, stepping toward her. "Instead, you've denied your duties. You've led us to ruin, destroying everything I've worked my entire life for. If there's any hope for us now, it is someone, anyone, taking over." "Including you?" He looked insulted by the notion. "I do this for the legacy of your entire family, generations before and generations yet to come. Not myself. Never for myself. I hope you understand." He lunged for her, and she rolled to the side. Compared to Zusa or the Watcher, he was slow, but she had no weapon, no dagger or club. She grabbed the sheets as she hit the ground beside her bed and flung them at Bertram. "Help!" she screamed as she circled around, putting the broken window to her back. Bertram shoved the sheets aside, his dagger catching momentarily on them. He was between her and the door, and she thought to run past while he was entangled, but it wasn't a long enough distraction. He stepped over the sheets, his eyes locked onto her, watching, waiting for the slightest twitch so he might react. For an old man, he seemed re-energized, his movements carrying purpose. "It won't matter," he said. "You will be gone by the time they arrive, and even if they execute me, I'll have removed the sickness within our house." She thought of Nathaniel, of Arthur, and of Bertram's insistence on marriage. Deep inside, she wondered just how involved he'd been with those events, and the anger that burned within gave her the courage to do what she might never have done otherwise. When he stabbed for her chest, she didn't dodge. Instead, she flung herself at him, twisting to one side in hopes of avoiding the blow. The dagger's edge slashed her flesh, the pain almost unbearable, but her mind was full of fury and the rush of battle. Her left hand grabbed his arm so he couldn't stab again, the other clutching the front of his robes. She might have lacked the strength of a man, but Bertram was old and thin. With a mindless cry, she flung him face first toward the shattered window, where many shards still remained. He cried out once, a surprised yelp that ended in a painful shriek. Still trembling with rage, she watched as blood poured across the glass. he'd been impaled by one of the thick shards, the pointed edge digging deep into the flesh below his throat. Bertram tried to suck in another breath, but it came in gargling and wet. His arms flailed uselessly at his sides, and he sliced his hands as he grabbed more shards, trying to push himself off the window. Behind her the door broke as her guards smashed it open. They poured in once more, and this time they did not allow her to resist as they took her by the hand and led her out. She looked back only once, to make sure Bertram was still there, still bleeding. The sickness within her house, she thought. Bertram was right. At last it had been removed. And then she broke down and cried. Chapter 29. The main quarters for the serpents were unsurprisingly empty when Haern searched them. Given what he knew of William Kett, their leader, they would not dismiss him as lightly as the others. William took every threat seriously, and he dealt with them all as harshly as possible. Kadish was a gambler, a drinker, and a man too proud to stop celebrating when he should have been in hiding. William was easily the opposite, and would therefore be far more difficult. Of course, Haern knew where they'd go. They'd retreated there several times, usually after one of the other guilds had engaged them in a skirmish over territory. This one was smaller than their main guild house, with only a single door and no windows. It had once been the armory for the city guards stationed deep in the south of Veldaren, before the king repositioned them farther north and sold the building. On his way there, Haern checked the cut on his side. He'd hidden it from Elisa and her frightening female guard, though the guard might have noticed given her incredible skill. It was shallow, a flesh wound along his ribs. It was bleeding, though, as such cuts liked to do. Pausing to catch his breath, he leaned against the wall of a smithy and drew one of his sabers. "Something tells me you'll get reopened a dozen times tonight," he said as he cut the edge of a cloak to make a bandage. It reminded him of trying to bandage that boy's arm while out in the snow. At least he knew who the boy was now, Nathaniel Gemcroft. No wonder he'd been a target. Of course, who had attacked him and why were no real concern. The serpents were all that mattered right now. Assuming Deathmask handled the Spider Guild as he'd said he would, the serpents were the only guild left to be dealt with one way or another. A shadow shifted in the corner of his eye, elongated in a way that was unnatural to the moonlight. His mind cried out in alarm, and he dropped to one knee just in time. A crossbow bolt smacked into the wood behind him and then ricocheted off. Haern drew both his sabers as he rushed toward the main street, where the buildings would be farther apart and he'd have more room to dodge. Some finely honed instinct in him lifted the hairs on his neck. He slid as he heard the twang of two more crossbows. Bolts flew above him, striking the ground harmlessly. At least 3 attackers, he realized, given how closely together they'd fired, with all 3 firing from the rooftops. Not good. Back on his feet in a heartbeat, he continued running, relying on the slow reloading of a crossbow to give him time. His way was blocked, however. A man in the cloak of a serpent landed before him, his dagger already drawn. "Damn fool," the serpent said. "The same to you." He crashed right into the man, positioning his sabers so they pushed the tip of his opponent's dagger to the side. Haern's forehead rammed the man's nose. Blood splattered across them both, blinding one of Haern's eyes. Trying to ignore the pain, Haern rolled atop him and into the wide street beyond. When he spun, he saw bolts flying in. The first missed. A second passed an inch from his leg as he dodged. The third thudded into his side, and he gasped at the impact. "Is it poisoned?" he wondered, but he dismissed the thought. Poison wouldn't matter if several more buried their tips in something vital. The man he'd rammed struggled to his feet, and Haern reacted on instinct. He knew he needed to get away from the men with the crossbows, but he also couldn't leave an opponent free to chase. He lunged, slashed away the serpent's pitiful defense, and then cut his throat. As he bled out, Haern dove around a corner. A single bolt was fired after him, missing by a foot, and then he was running. He sheathed one of his sabers so he could wipe at the blood in his eye, then glanced back. 3 serpents leaped after him, 2 men and a woman, their green cloaks trailing, the color an eerie haze in the moonlight. He crossed to the other side of the street, giving them no choice but to climb down. Again he made a decision, this one more from pride than rational thinking. They'd hurt him, maybe even poisoned him. They had to pay. His reputation was all that would hold this arrangement with the guilds and Trifect together. If they felt they could wound him, make him run, then all would be for naught. "Come on!" he shouted, slamming his sabers together before charging. The three had abandoned their crossbows on the rooftop so they could climb down, and all of them drew short swords. As he charged, they formed a triangle, trapping him in the center. He grinned at the maneuver. Clever, but it was too late to change his mind. His tactics, however, he could change. Instead of lunging at the first, as they thought he would, he spun in place, beginning his cloak dance. His feet twisted and spun, pushed to the very limits of his speed. He relied fully on instinct, for what his eyes saw through his cloaks were but snippets of his opponents. Thrust after thrust he smacked away, until one overextended, his attacker confused as to where he actually was within the cloaks. Haern broke out from the spin, double slashing the man's arm. Down went the weapon as blood spilled and the serpent screamed. Back into the dance, but just for a moment, just long enough to confuse the remaining two. No time left to mess around. The pain in his side was escalating, and his fingers tingled. Assaulting the nearest, he unleashed a furious display, his swords weaving around the woman's short sword as if it were motionless. He spun as he cut her, whirling toward the last serpent in a single, smooth motion. The thief blocked only one of the two sabers, the other taking his life. "Damn it," Haern said, pausing to catch his breath. He gingerly touched the bolt in his side, wincing as his fingers made it move the slightest bit. Too deep. He'd have to push it through and pray there'd been no poison. Before he could, he heard movement above. Too late he brought up his sabers, but instead of the expected bolt, a single serpent fell bleeding to the ground, crumpling in a heap. From the rooftop, Zusa waved at him. "The one you don't see is the one that kills you," she called down to him. Despite his exhaustion, he gave her a smile. "Why are you here?" he asked as she climbed down to the street. "My lady wishes the serpents punished, and so I've come to help you. Clearly you need it." He gestured to the bolt in his side. "Clearly." Without giving him warning, she stepped forward, grabbed the shaft, and pushed. He clenched his jaw and ground his teeth together to hold in his scream. Warm blood dripped down the small of his back. Zusa pushed aside his cloak, retrieved the bolt, and then held it close to her eyes so she might see in the moonlight. "Not poisoned," she said. "Either one of the gods favors you, or they were too stupid and lazy to prepare for you properly." "Perhaps both?" He grinned at her, but the grin faltered. "Sorry about your arm." "Sorry about your chest." So she had noticed. He chuckled. "If I stumble from the blood loss, make sure you kill me. I'm not sure who would be happiest to torture me, but I'd rather not find out." "They'd probably auction the right. More money." "Aren't you a cheery soul?" He pointed farther down the street. "Come on. The armory isn't far." He led the way, Zusa trailing behind him like a feminine version of his own shadow. Silent as ghosts, they crisscrossed their way toward their goal. Haern checked the alleys and Zusa the rooftops for any more potential ambushes. At the armory, they stopped and peered around the corner of a nearby home. "No guards on the outside," Zusa whispered. "That would give them away. They think this place is safe. Otherwise, they wouldn't come here. Nowhere is safe in this city." "Well," Haern said, drawing his sabers, "let's go reinforce that lesson for them. How many entrances?" He thought for a moment, then held up a single finger. "They boarded up their windows. Together, through the door. No mercy, Zusa. Can you handle that?" She gave him a look that showed how insulted she was. "I was raised in the heart of Karak's temple," she said. "Mercy is not my bedfellow." As if to prove the point, she rushed ahead, and silently cursing her, he followed. The door was locked, but when Haern went to draw his lockpicker's kit, she only shook her head. She mouthed something to him, but he only caught half the words. She wanted to try something, though, that much he understood. Putting her hands on the lock, she closed her eyes, and to him it looked like she was praying. Shadows slipped off her fingertips like water dripping from a melting wedge of ice. A moment later, they both heard an audible click from within the lock. Her balance wavered, but when she regained it, she shot him a wink. Haern rolled his eyes. "Ladies first," he said, spurring her into action. She flung open the door, and in he followed, two deadly phantoms in the night. A single thief waited on guard, looking half awake. They cut his throat as they rushed past. He never even had a chance to cry out in alarm. They bashed through a door and into an elaborate room, one that instantly felt familiar to Haern. It was like so many others of the posh headquarters the guilds created, all curtains and pillows, alcohol and sex. Their first warning something was wrong came when the door behind them slammed shut. The second was when William Kett greeted them with a warm smile from his chair on the far side of the room. "Well, well, well, at last I meet the Watcher," he said, sounding far too pleased with himself. "And you've brought a friend. Excellent. Did you think I'd be foolish enough to think you couldn't find me here, not with your, storied reputation?" "The curtains," Zusa whispered, her body tensed like a cat's before a pounce. "I know." William's grin spread. "Well, Lisa called off her mercenaries, the silly girl. She had us on the run, but then suddenly she flooded Valderan with bored, unemployed men with a penchant for violence. How could I not take advantage of such a gift?" The curtains pushed aside, revealing armored men standing in every little alcove. Haern estimated at least 30. He felt his blood run cold. So this would be how it ended. His side ached, every breath hurt his chest, his head pounded from exhaustion, and standing before him, William Kett laughed. "Don't you give in," Zusa whispered, her voice almost a hiss. "They are children to you, you understand? We are the lions. We are the hunters." Haern thought of his moment in Carrick's temple, when he'd been in the very presence of the Lion of Carrick. It had roared, and he'd gazed into an emptiness that seemed to go on forever. He remembered the terror, and he realized that he'd been far more afraid then than he was now. Focusing upon that fear, he knew he could be that lion to these men. He looked at them as they waited for the order to attack, let them see in his eyes that same emptiness, that same certainty of their death. Pulling his hood low, he let the shadows of the torchlight scatter his features. Beside him, Zusa wrapped her cloak tight about her body and then hunched low. "Kill them," William said. Haern went left, Zusa right. He felt every nerve in his body firing, and he gave in to his instincts completely. This was the beast Thren had created over the years, day in and day out with training, practice, lectures, and tutors. This was the monster whose teeth had been sharpened by half a decade skulking in the shadows, slaughtering the thieves of the night. His sabers were a blur as he cut down the first, the mercenary's axe too slow to block. The two closest rushed in, wielding long swords. He parried their thrusts, which felt slow as if his opponents fought in molasses. Blood soaked his sabers as the rest came rushing in, swinging with their clubs, maces, and swords. Cutting, twisting, never staying in the same place. As his feet shifted and turned, he thought of the hours he'd been forced to stand in strange stances to pacify a tutor. As he curled his body around thrusts, he remembered the complicated stretches another tutor had taught him to do every morning. As he slashed and dodged, he thought of the words of his father. "They can't kill you until you let them. That is why you must be better. That is why you must be perfect. Never, ever let them think they can win." Said to a 13-year-old boy. More than anything, he wished his father could be there to see what he had created. One after another the mercenaries fell. They knew how to bully. They knew how to put the strength of their arms into their blows, and they could handle the rudimentary thrusts and parries of the battlefield. But Haern felt himself beyond them, beyond anything. They scored cuts on him, to be sure, but he felt the pain in a distant place locked in the back of his mind. They would not kill him. He would not let them. His wrist might bleed from a lucky stab of a sword. His chest might ache where a club struck him before he could dodge. His eyes might sting from blood running into them from where a blade had slashed his forehead. But they would not kill him. Zeus's cry pulled him back from the animal, from the mindless killer. Despite the many dead, she was overwhelmed. Refusing to give the thieves anything, Haern descended upon them. Their backs were turned to him, and he thrust and stabbed and kicked, shoving them aside so he might link up with Zeusa. She was bleeding, and so was he, but they grinned. We were made for this, he thought. Back to back, they turned to their foes. Of the original 30, only 10 remained. Blood and gore soaked the floor where it wasn't covered by a body. The psychological damage was just as bad. None looked ready to attack. Whatever they had been paid, it wasn't enough. The first turned to flee, and as if a dam had broken, the rest rushed for the door. Ignoring them, Haern looked for William, not finding him. "Where is he?" he asked. Zeusa rushed to the chair he'd been sitting in and flung it aside. Hidden behind it, she found a ring, and she pulled, revealing a trapdoor. Haern followed her as the mercenaries broke down the door behind them and poured out into the night. The trapdoor led to a tunnel, tight enough that Haern had to crawl along on his elbows, worming his way through. It wasn't a long tunnel, and Zeusa pushed open another trapdoor and then helped him out. They emerged behind the armory, the trapdoor hidden by a compacted layer of dirt. Haern felt his muscles aching, the familiar feeling of receding energy after a fight coming over him. He'd expected to search for William, to have to hunt for wherever he'd run off to, but instead saw him lying dead in the street, 2 men standing over him. "You look like shit," Senkei said, still cleaning William's blood off his mace. Haern tried to think of a response, but only stared dumbly at him and Tarlac, who looked vaguely amused by the whole ordeal. "Delicia spent the better part of tonight begging us to help you," the wizard said, his arms crossed. "And as usual, I finally gave in." "How?" Haern asked. He'd meant to ask how they had found him, but breathing suddenly seemed difficult. His body was finally taking account of all the blows and cuts he'd received, and it wasn't happy. "What, find you?" Tarlac asked. "I'm a wizard. That's just what I do." Haern saw Zeusa down on one knee, bracing herself with one of her arms. Her normally dark skin was disturbingly pale. "Are you hurt?" he asked, stepping to her side. "Of course I am," she said. "Farewell, Watcher. I have done as my mistress asked. Let your friends help you from now on." She rose to her feet, took an uneasy step, then another, and by the time she was running, her balance looked like it had returned. Haern watched her go, hoping she'd be all right. "So," Tarlac said, smacking him on the back, "what's next on the agenda?" Haern looked back at the body of William Kett, and he mentally checked another off the list in his head. One left. Just one. Leon Cunnington. Senkei whistled. "Going after the big dogs, are we? Who else after that?" Haern shook his head. "He's the last. Everyone else has agreed. Or—" he gestured toward the body. "The last?" Tarlac laughed. "Aren't you a freak? Well, let's go. Leon's not exactly close to here." They walked down the street, and for a moment Haern let himself relax. With the 3 of them, one a wizard, any thieves would have to be incredibly brave or reckless to consider an ambush. He used his shirt to wipe the blood from his forehead, then pressed it against his eyes. They watered, but when he pulled the shirt away, he could see better. Senkei twirled his 2 maces in his hands, and Haern wished he could feel as energetic as Senkei looked. He might have just been the lion, but now he felt like a lamb, ready to give up everything just to lie down and sleep. Every single part of his body ached. "How long until dawn?" Haern asked. "About 2 hours," said Tarlac. "You been at this the whole night?" "Just before sunset, yes." "We of the magical profession call that biting off more than you can chew." "And we of the stabby profession call that getting yourself killed," said Senkei. Haern winced as an awkward step flared pain along his chest and to his back. "You two are such wonderful help," he muttered. Leon Connington's estate was one of the best guarded places in the city, and all three of them knew it. The warning letter Haern had sent certainly hadn't given them reason to slack off either. Tall stone walls surrounded the mansion, the single opening a thick iron gate with 2 guards. They stood at attention, no slacking there either. From far down the road, Haern and the others observed the gate and planned. "There will be mercenaries stationed throughout the mansion," Haern said as they stared, "and traps along the ground, other than the path leading directly to the door. If we're to get to Leon, I think we'll need to be stealthy about this." "Stealthy?" asked Tarlac. He gestured to his bright yellow robes. "Stealthy?" Haern gave him a dumb look, then shrugged. "Any other ideas?" The wizard lifted his arms high, and a steady stream of magical incantations slipped from his lips. Fire burst about his hands, growing, and then soaring toward the gate as an enormous ball. It hit the iron and detonated, blasting the gates aside and tearing off chunks of stone. Haern didn't see what happened to the guards, and he didn't want to think about it either. "Stealthy," said Tarlac, hurling a smaller ball of fire that rolled across the ground. It detonated the various traps along the grass leading toward the mansion, filling the night with the sound of their explosions. Haern didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. "Stealthy?" he asked Senkei, who only shrugged. Tarlac sent one more blast, this one aimed at the front door. He frowned as the spell evaporated into smoke just before contact. He sent another at a window, this a thick shard of ice. Again it broke, this time into water that showered the ground harmlessly. "Strong wards," the wizard said. "Looks like the rest is up to you. Have fun." Senkei led the way, Haern following. "Out of his damn mind," Haern muttered. Tarlac watched them go, offering a prayer for luck. He wished he could help, but the few spells he'd cast had put a deep ache in his head, and he knew he had but a few more before he'd be worthless. Unable to help it, though, he neared the gates to observe his handiwork. "Getting better," he said, estimating the size of the explosion. "Tarlac Ishitan." He turned, and with mild surprise saw the giant man with a painted face approaching from down the street. "I'm thrilled we could meet again," he said, "especially with my mouth ungagged." Ghost pointed toward the mansion. "Is the watcher inside?" "He is," Tarlac said, standing in the center of the gate. "He's a bit busy right now, so you'll have to wait until tomorrow to resume whatever grudge you have against him." "No grudge," Ghost said, still approaching. "Just money." Tarlac snapped his fingers, summoning a spark of flame at his fingertips. "No closer," he warned. Ghost only laughed. "Well, don't say I didn't warn you." He slammed his hands together, and a ring of fire rolled out from his waist, burning the air with a heavy roar. His opponent fell back, and he landed on his shoulder so the fire could pass harmlessly above him. Tarlac gave him no reprieve, another spell already on his lips. This time it was ice, thick shards that flew like arrows. Ghost rolled, the shards shattering upon the ground behind him. Only one drew blood, a thin gash along his side. On a man so giant, it looked like a cat scratch. "How long?" Ghost roared, back on his feet again and lunging. Tarlac tried to ignore him, kept focused on his spellcraft, but he knew what Ghost was asking. How long might he last casting his spells? How long until the well of energy within him ran empty, and the best he could summon was a little puff of smoke from his fingertips? Given the pounding of his head, he didn't think it'd be long. His hands clapped together, and the space before him filled with a swirling wall of smoke and fire. Ghost's swords passed through it, but his feet dug into the ground, halting his momentum and preventing him from continuing into the inferno. Tarlac muttered. He'd hoped for a charred corpse to leap through. How the abyss did this guy react so fast? Leaving the wall of fire intact, Tarlac guessed a direction and pointed. This time, luck was with him. For of the 2 directions in which Ghost might have leaped, he'd chosen correctly. A bolt of lightning shot from his finger, striking the giant man square in the chest. He fired a second one, this one hitting his leg. Ghost screamed, but more in anger than pain. Tarlac felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. Short of taking the man's head off, it didn't look like there'd be any way to stop him. "You hurt my friend," Tarlac said, summoning small meteors of lava and flinging them. Ghost hunched on his knees, blocking with his swords. The meteors plinked off the steel, coupled with an impressive but harmless shower of sparks. "You hurt my sister," he said, pressing his wrists together and hurling shards of stone from his palms. Ghost jumped and leaped like an enormous spider. Only 2 shards hit, and again the wounds were superficial. "You even hurt Brugh!" His bolt of lightning shot out, but his aim was off. Ghost didn't dodge this time, instead lunging straight for the kill. A sword slammed into Tarlac, piercing his flesh. He gasped as the white-hot pain spread throughout his body. "And I hurt you," Ghost whispered, his cheek pressed against the wizard's. Out came the blade, and Tarlac collapsed. Unable to stop him, he could only watch as Ghost passed through the gates, continuing the hunt for his real prey. The blood flowed, staining his yellow robes red. His mind throbbing from pain and exhaustion, he crawled across the ground, bleeding upon the street as he headed for safety. "Damn you, Haern," he thought as he collapsed after hardly crossing any distance. "You better kill him for me, or I'll... And then he felt his thoughts slipping away like leaves in a storm, and unconsciousness came and took him. Chapter 30. Deathmask knew he might be walking into an early grave, but he didn't let worry show on his face, not with the rest of his guild watching him. "Keep an eye out for anything suspicious," he said to the others. "I don't expect him to do anything stupid, but it is Threnn Fellhorn, after all. Stupid to us is step 5 of a plan for him." They approached the headquarters of the Spider Guild. It was more a mansion than anything else, though careful examination would have shown how the windows were reinforced so no one could break through, and all doors but the front were boarded over. 2 men in gray waited at the front, and they drew their swords and daggers at his approach. Veliana glared at them, but she remained quiet. "I am Deathmask, leader of the Ash Guild. I've come to speak with Threnn." "Only if Threnn says," one said. The other banged on the door. A small window opened, and the guard relayed the message to someone inside. A few minutes later the door opened. "Just him," said one of the spiders from inside, pointing to Deathmask. "It's all right," he told Veliana, who looked ready to object. "I can handle myself." He stepped inside. The interior of the mansion might have once been well decorated, but nearly all its original treasures had been plundered by the Spider Guild and sold off. Bright squares on the walls showed where paintings had once been, and in many places the floor was scraped and dull, as if the carpet had been ripped up, or a long-present rug removed. Deathmask tracked the turns and doors to ensure he could find his way back, all the while going over every bit of information he knew about the near-legendary leader of the Spider Guild. At last they reached a door, and the thief gestured. Deathmask opened it, stepped inside, and closed it behind him, finding himself alone in a small den with Threnn Fellhorn. Threnn looked old. That was the first thing that struck Deathmask. He knew the man's age, still in the late 40s, but his hair was fully gray. His skin had a tight, stretched look about it, but his eyes still shone with intensity. He stood beside a fireplace, a drink in hand. His 2 short swords hung at his sides, their hilts gleaming in the light. He smiled at Deathmask, but the smile hid a strong sense of impatience and contempt. Threnn surely knew the reason for his coming and was not pleased. "Welcome," Threnn said. His voice was deep, and the power in it impressed Deathmask to no end. He wished he had such a commanding voice as that. The man could probably describe himself taking a shit and still make it sound authoritative. "I've heard rumors of your assuming control from Garrett Lowe. Not that there is much to assume. What is it we said to the ladies? It's not the size of the sword, but the skill in the wielding. Thren chuckled. This was good. If he could get the man to feel a sense of kinship, things might go more smoothly. Maybe so. But even I wouldn't assault a man with a spear wielding only a butter knife. You know you would, Thren, if the price was right. You'd cut the man 3 times before he knew where you were, too. The flattery didn't get him what he'd hoped. Thren waved a dismissive hand and set down his drink. Enough. The night is late, and you didn't come here to banter, nor to make introductions. This is about that Watcher madman, isn't it? I must admit, I am curious as to your thoughts on the deal. Deal? Deal? This is no deal. This is enslavement. This is the king severing our testicles and selling them to the Trifect. Do you know how this world works, Deathmask? The strong take what the weak cannot hold, and that is the proper order of things. The foolish and the naive try to prop up the weak, to protect them with strength that is not their own. Babes, all of them, nothing but babes forever suckling their mother's milk. We would still make plenty of coin, Deathmask said, and we have accepted protection money before. Is that not a way of the weak voluntarily giving up what they have to the strong? Never on this scale before, Thren insisted. They don't just protect their own, but the entire city. What insanity led to this? I have watched them bleed before me. Entire nations could live and die on the wealth I have taken from the Trifect's safes. Yet now they throw gold at me in a pitiful attempt to barter safety and peace of mind. At least Elisa was willing to fight back, though even that moment of pride lasted only 2 nights before cowardice returned, no doubt replaced by this deal from the king. Deathmask saw an open bottle on a small stand, and he walked over and poured himself a drink. He sniffed it once, and was pleased by the scent of strawberries. Thren didn't object, so he took a drink and set it aside. This is how I see it, he said. It's been what, 10 years? A man can only fight for so long, even the greatest of us. We need a break. We need a return to some shred of normality, says the man wearing a mask. Deathmask laughed. Relative normality, then. He watched Thren carefully, though he knew it was pointless. The man could guard his emotions better than anyone, probably better than even him with his mask on. Thren was watching him as well, gauging his reactions, staring into his eyes as if he could divine the true purpose of his visit. This Watcher, Deathmask said. He claims he'll kill everyone who refuses. Do you think he'll succeed? You and I are alive, said Thren. It seems to me he is doing a poor job. And it doesn't matter. He could kill everyone, but he won't kill me, and as long as I survive, the Trifect will never have a moment of peace. Deathmask tapped his forehead with a finger. As long as you are alive. That's the clincher right there, Thren. Don't tense up. I'm not here to kill you. That wasn't a threat, just a statement. This war is yours. Solely yours. And it is yours to end as you see fit. But you won't have the ending you're hoping for. The Trifect is too big. Yes, you've hurt it, killed many, and taken away their coin. But has it mattered? If an opponent is not allowed to surrender, they'll keep fighting and fighting. Give them the option of defeat. That's what this deal is, if you look at it from their perspective. They admit they cannot defeat you, cannot protect themselves from you. So they make it worth your while to instead do the protecting for them. It's a bribe, nothing more, nothing less, and in a city where this is hardly an unusual circumstance. Thren looked tired of the debate, and Deathmask knew he was treading on thin ice. He'd lied, at least partially, when he said he hadn't come there to kill Thren. Could Thren have read him correctly despite his best attempts at subterfuge? More than anything, he wanted a victory here without bloodshed. Other thief leaders could come and go, but if Thren died, the Trifect might decide it didn't need protection after all. Thren's power had shrunk considerably over the past few years, but his reputation had not. "Aren't you tired of this?" he asked, letting his voice soften. "Every man and woman in this city has lost someone these past 10 years. Despite the rumors, I know you are human, and lost as much as any." For a moment, so quick Deathmask thought he might have imagined it, Thren allowed himself to look exhausted, look torn with despair. "It's for that loss I continue," he said. "Why else would I go on? To accept anything less than total victory would be an insult, not just to myself, but my wife, my—" He seemed to return to his senses, and he glared at Deathmask as if he were the reason for the sudden weakness. "I will not agree," he said, "and if that is your sole purpose here, get out now." Deathmask chuckled. The slightest misstep might cost him his life. But this was it. This was the heart of everything. "That Watcher, I hear he is good, almost impossibly good. I also hear he fights like you. Did you know that? As if he might be your own son, but we both know that couldn't be. He died in a fire, of course. I'm sure you saw his body." He looked to Thren, letting the Guildmaster know there was far more he wasn't telling. No lie, no bluff. Thren opened his mouth, then closed it. Those blue eyes barely moved. What firestorm of thought rages behind him? Deathmask wondered. Taking a deep breath, he tried his wildest gambit. "If he succeeds, the Watcher will be a legend. He'll have beaten both the Trifect and the Thief Guilds all in a single night. He'll have ended 10 years of conflict with a stroke of his swords. The entire city will fear him, for he will be the King's Watcher, enforcer of the truce. The night won't belong to us anymore. It will belong to him." He swallowed. Now or never. Take the risk. "He'll have surpassed even you, Thren. How amazing must that man be?" Thren looked like a heavy burden had settled upon him. His muscular frame wasn't quite so strong anymore. The terrible will that had ruled him weakened, and a million questions died unspoken on his lips. For perhaps the first time ever, Thren Fellhorn looked uncertain. "Did he send you here?" he finally asked. Deathmask nodded. "So be it. Give him his chance. My guild will accept the terms, so long as the Watcher lives. This city is a cruel one, and even now it might have claimed him." "I doubt it," Deathmask said, his heart pounding in his chest. "Given who he is and who made him. Come the morning, we'll count the bodies, and we'll see what remains of those in power. I have a feeling, though, that tonight is when it all ends." "Leave my home," Thren said, "and never speak a word of this to anyone, or I will kill you." Deathmask bowed low. "As you wish," he said, glad the mask could hide his enormous smile. More relieved than he'd ever been in his life, he exited the room, wove unguided through the halls, and emerged from the mansion, alive and victorious. Chapter 31. Because of the breastplates the guards wore, Senkei led the way, his flanged maces able to punch through if swung hard enough. Haern followed, watching behind them as much as ahead. The entire mansion was in chaos. Servants fled every which way, and several times he heard them cry out the names of thief guilds. His lips curled into a vile grin every time. No thief guild. Not this time. They were worse than any guild. They'd come, live or die, to complete their mission, though so far it was only the guards who were doing the dying. "Where might Leon be hiding?" Haern asked as he yanked his saber free from the armpit of a dead mercenary. Hold up in his bedroom? Senkei suggested. He's not the most mobile of men. And where would that be? Senkei gestured ahead and then behind them. Your guess is as good as mine. The cries of intruder followed them as they rushed along. They shoved servants aside if they got in the way, but most were smart enough to cower or turn and run. Bottom floor, Haern said as they passed a set of stairs. I can't imagine him climbing those every night. Senkei opened another door, then slammed it immediately shut, and on the other side arrows sank into the wood with heavy thunks. I think we're getting somewhere, Senkei said, and he grinned. They backtracked, weaving through the corridors so they might curl around their ambushers. Sure enough, they found them at the intersection of another hallway, kneeling behind small overturned tables that had once housed vases of immeasurable wealth. All three held crossbows and wore boiled leather armor. Senkei crashed into two, Haern the third. Making quick work of them, they turned left and continued along. It should be harder than this, insisted Senkei, needing to shout to be heard over the commotion. Don't say it or it might come true. In the next hallway they met 6 mercenaries, all wielding short swords and small circular shields of wood latched together with iron. Senkei laughed and rushed the 6 with wild glee, as if he could see Haern's glare behind him. Despite his exhaustion, Haern couldn't help but feel energized, and he raced to Senkei's side so they might crash into the mercenaries in a single, brutal collision. Every turn might house more men ready to kill them. Every door might hide archers ready to shoot barbs into their throats. And neither could care less. The shields proved difficult, mostly because Haern had little experience dealing with them. A shield was hardly standard issue for the men who stalked the night. He kicked and stabbed as he and Senkei slammed into the mercenaries, cutting the tendons of one guard's arm and tripping another. Before Haern could finish this one off, another was there, and his saber slapped harmlessly against the wood of his shield, not even drawing a splinter from the finely polished surface. The soldier thrust for his midsection, but Haern parried it aside with his left hand, leaped closer to the wall, and then kicked off it to give his maneuver speed. His saber crashed into the guard's neck, punching through the leather armor and into flesh. Swords stabbed for where he should have been, but he dropped to the ground and rolled. Senkei, as if in some mental link with him, saw and jumped over him, blocking blow after blow with his maces. Haern leaped to his feet, slamming his left shoulder against the wall to painfully kill the rest of his momentum. Only one guard remained within reach, and Haern desperately shoved one of his sabers in the way. The guard's short sword deflected the saber and stabbed the wall, close enough that Haern could see his reflection in the blade. And then his sabers were thrusting in, and the shield could not block all his attacks. Senkei took down the last mercenary, hammering his shield with his maces until the guard made a mistake, not surprising given how the rest of his fellows had fallen and panic was surely crawling through his veins. His sword slashed, but he overextended, and Senkei broke his elbow with an upward swipe of his mace. A kick to his neck blasted him against the wall, and he slid to the ground unconscious. "You hurt?" Senkei asked. Haern shook his head. "Good. One of those sons of bitches cut my leg. Delicia's going to be pissed at me." Deeper and deeper in they went, until at last they found Leon's bedroom. It was empty. "Slap me silly," said Senkei, looking around. "Where could that giant tub of lard have gone off to?" He took a step forward, not seeing the thin string laced across the door. Haern did, and he pulled Senkei back by his cloak just before the entire room erupted in flame. The fire swirled about in a momentary funnel before fading away, leaving nothing but ashes inside, the rest of the house safely intact. "A trap?" Senkei asked, his eyes wide. "A fucking magical trap?" "You're welcome," Haern said. He leaned against the wall and closed his eyes, wishing he could just order away the headache pounding in his forehead. "Damn traps! Where to now? He might have left Haern, and then what the fuck do we do?" "Stay calm," Haern said, eyes still closed. "He slept here until an alarm sounded because of your wizard friend, and so he gets up, activates the trap. He's in a hurry, but not moving fast. The rest of his guards are ushering him along. Where do you go? Where is safe, close, and defensible?" You take him where no one could have gotten to yet, where there couldn't possibly be an ambush waiting. You take him to the mercenaries' quarters." Haern opened his eyes and shot his mentor a wink. "Good a guess as any. In the back and away from the other quarters. He wouldn't want their low-class manners upsetting any of his privileged guests. You going to make it, Haern? Worry about yourself." They rushed along, and this time Haern pushed himself to the front. Despite the help, this was still his task, his responsibility. If anyone should be walking into traps, it should be him. But there was only one trap left, and they sprung it together. Finding a long corridor leading to a thick set of double doors, they rushed into it only to have doors behind them fly open. Out rushed mercenaries, 5 in all. "Leave them to me," Senke cried. "Go after Leon, now!" Haern accepted the order without delay. He rushed toward those double doors, and when he reached them he leaped feet first, wanting to go crashing in with a frightening display of skill and strength. His foot slammed into the door, followed by the rest of him, and then he dropped to the ground. His whole body aching, he realized the doors opened outward only. Feeling far more humble, he grabbed a handle and pulled. Instead of making a vicious display of skill and strength, he walked inside a hurt, calm, exhausted man. "You!" said Leon from the far side of the room. Rows of bunks were built into either side. 4 personal guards stood before him, forming a human wall of protection. "Me," Haern said, bowing low. "Who is paying you for this?" Leon asked. Sweat dripped down his thick neck, and blotches covered his face. To Haern he looked like a pig that had been overfed and then stuffed into fine clothing. "Thren? Elisa? Maybe the king? Tell me, what did they offer you?" Haern laughed. He couldn't help it. Would Leon even believe the truth? Could a man in his position understand there were things beyond wealth and influence? Could he understand a desire for atonement, for a single moment of rest and relief from a life devoted to slaughter and revenge? Or would he just see a madman? Would he hear only nonsense and lies? "I do it because I want to," he said, figuring that if there was anything Leon might understand, it would be that. "And you have the ability to make me not want to. Last chance, Leon. Accept the terms, or accept my blades." "Neither. You're just a rabid dog, and my men will put you down." 2 of the guards pulled out crossbows. In a single smooth motion, Haern unclasped the cloaks from his neck and spun them into the air. Just before the guards pressed the triggers, twisting behind the cover, he made himself as small a target as possible. The arrows punched holes through the cloaks and sailed on, neither hitting flesh. As the cloaks fell, Haern rushed the mercenaries, his sabers feeling light as air in his hands, just extensions of his body, keen edges of his will. This was it. This was the last. His night was done. The men would die, Leon would die, and he would have his truce. The 2 abandoned their crossbows and drew swords, falling behind the others, who pushed ahead. There was only enough space for 2 to stand side by side, and that only barely. Haern used his greater mobility to his advantage, weaving like a snake preparing to strike. He smacked down every thrust and then struck with the other saber, cutting thin slashes across their faces and necks. Each hit made them angrier, until at last they tried rushing as one. Haern wrapped an arm around the post of a bunk, whirling across the mattress and to the other side. A whirlwind of steel, he cut down 2 mercenaries from behind, then turned on the other 2 who were unprepared for the sudden assault. A third fell before lifting his sword into position, and 1 versus 1, the last stood no chance. He was only a sellsword, and had maybe killed a handful of men in his lifetime. Haern had killed 20 just breaking into Leon's mansion. When Leon realized he was alone, he fell to his knees and pleaded in his high-pitched voice. "Please, you're a reasonable man. You can listen, yes? I'll pay you. Double, triple, whatever you were offered. That deal of yours, that's it, right? I'll accept, of course, anything you want. Haern approached him, his sabers dripping blood. You're lying, he said. I see it in your eyes, your lips, your trembling hands. Besides, I'm just a rabid dog. He cut Leon's throat, and he watched the life leave the fat man's eyes as the door behind him opened. He dead? He heard Senkei ask. Haern turned. He wanted to smile, but he felt exhausted, and he knew getting out of the mansion might not be any easier than entering. Senkei stood in the doorway, and he seemed happy enough, but something was wrong. Something was moving. And then the sword pierced the front of Senkei's chest. The man arched back, his eyes wide. His limbs trembled, and blood dribbled from his lips. As his body collapsed, slipping free of the blade, Haern was too stunned to even scream. Behind him, now occupying the doorway, stood Ghost, the white paint on his face speckled with red. His grin was as wide as Senkei's had been. I found you, he said, his deep voice rumbling in the confined room. Why? Haern asked. It was the only question he seemed able to think. Why? Why no? Because I have a reputation to keep, Watcher. I've been paid to kill you, and so you'll have to die. It's the way things work. He lifted his swords into position, and slowly, as if in a dream, Haern did the same. In the back of his mind he felt anger building and building, like it belonged to someone else, yet would soon be given to him whether he wanted it or not. You monster, he said, crouching into position. Monster! I see one body at my feet, Watcher, and 5 at yours. How am I the monster? What could he say to that? That his kills had a pure motive? That he wasn't motivated by greed? The arguments felt hollow, petty. They were 2 killers, and they eyed one another with an understanding so few could know. Then I'm the monster this city needs, Haern said. But we don't need you. Ghost lunged, no doubt hoping to catch him off guard while he talked. Haern was better than that, though still his heart leaped in his chest. How could the man be so huge and yet so fast? With little ground behind him, he refused to retreat. His sabers met the swords, and they rang with deafening volume. Haern's tired arms jolted with pain. Need? Ghost asked, and his voice washed over Haern like a physical wave. With every word he struck again, hammering away at Haern as if Haern were a door barring his way. This city needs its eyes opened. It needs its cowardly heart ripped from its chest and held up to the light. What it does not need is some damn fool vigilante. So fast were his movements, and so strong. Haern could only twist and parry without hope of retaliation. The few times he blocked, he felt the impact travel all the way up his arm. Even at the peak of his skill, he might have struggled to win. Now, after a full night without rest, his nerves frayed, his energy spent, he had only one last desperate gasp to hold on to, fueled by the corpse of Senkei slumped beside the door. No, he whispered, a denial of everything before him, of failing so close to his goal, of letting Senkei's murderer go unpunished, of succumbing to the anger in those brown eyes surrounded by paint and blood, of dying. No. At the end of the room was a single large window, and Haern turned toward it, running with a speed Ghost could not hope to match. He crossed his arms, ducked his head, and leaped through. Glass shattered, and he felt its edges cut into his flesh. It didn't matter. Hitting the ground, he rolled, then dug his heels into the earth. He glared back at the window, suppressed anger bursting free with a fire he felt sear his veins. Not caring about the blood, not caring about the jagged edges still lodged in his arms and forehead, he took 2 steps and leaped back through. He caught Ghost pulling up before the broken glass, and his saber slashed an X across his muscular chest. Their bodies collided. Haern's knee rammed into Ghost's groin. His forehead slammed the man's neck. The glass lodged in his head tore skin. Blood ran freely, but several shards ripped into Ghost's throat. Despite Haern's momentum and surprise, Ghost refused to go down. He held his ground, matching Haern fury for fury. With no room to cut or thrust, he punched Haern in the chest with a hilt, then caught his chin with a roundhouse. Feeling a tooth fly loose, Haern dropped to his knees and rolled forward. His sabers slashed out, cutting the tender flesh above Ghost's heels. The giant man's shriek rewarded his efforts. But Haern wasn't done. Tears filled his eyes, born of pain both physical and from the torment of Senkei's corpse refusing to fade from his sight. He kicked back into Ghost, then stabbed his sabers. Warm blood poured across his hands. Steel pierced flesh again and again. Ghost crumpled to his knees, then fell upon a gore-filled smear atop the bare floor. Haern hovered over him, one eye swollen shut, the cut on his chest reopened, his face rivulets of blood from shards of glass, his clothes equally soaked. And then he screamed, the saddened, burdened, victorious monster. Slowly the sane part of him returned. He thought to carry Senkei's body to make sure they could bury him properly, but he knew he lacked the energy. Limping over, he knelt and kissed the man's forehead. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Thinking of a distant memory, he reached underneath Senkei's bloody shirt and retrieved a pendant, that of the Golden Mountain. "I hope you're with him now, Senkei," Haern said, slipping the pendant around his own neck. "Think well on me. Might not be long before I need you to plead my case, to enter within." Beside him, Ghost let out a moan, somehow alive despite his many wounds. Blood dripped from his lips as he pushed his head up. Haern slowly stood, and he pointed a blade toward the man's neck. He felt his rage ebbing, leaving behind something hollow deep within his chest. "Do you want mercy?" Haern asked him. "Not—" Ghost coughed, the sound wet and certainly fatal. "Not from you." Haern sheathed his sabers, went to the broken window. Ghost's head settled back on the bloodied floor, and he let out a long, shuddering breath. "Suffer as you wish," Haern said before stepping out. "But it's your choice." He stayed close to the house, wary of any more traps. At the front he followed the path. The gateway was empty, and dimly he wondered where Tarlac had gone off to. He stood there dumbly, looking, and then saw him 2 blocks down the street, his yellow robes rather hard to miss. As he approached, he saw that Tarlac was slumped against a building. "Had to get away," the wizard said, sounding drowsy. Just in case he came back." All across the front of his robes was an ominous circle of blood. "How bad?" Haern asked, kneeling beside him so he could check the wound. "Not bad," Tarlac said, his eyelids drooping. "Better than you, from what I see. Where's Senkei?" The name nearly made Haern choke. Every last bit of his self-control kept him speaking, kept him moving. "He won't be coming back," he said. Tarlac heard this, started to ask something else, then remained quiet. Tears fell from his eyes. "He'll be with Asher now," he whispered. "Come on," Haern said, putting an arm around him to help support his weight. "We'll be joining him if we don't hurry. I think there's about to be a lot of angry people on the street." "I think I agree." They limped down the street, and whether through luck or the grace of Asher, they made it to the Crimson and Delicia's healing hands without any further trouble. Chapter 32. Come the morning, Elisa awoke feeling like her temples were ready to explode. The dim light hurt her eyes, and she covered them with an arm. "Milady?" she heard someone say. "What is it?" she asked. "Can it not wait?" "Forgive me, milady. My name is Cecil Glenhollow, and I come with a message from Lord John Gandram of Fellwood." Elisa removed her arm and glared. The knight stood over her, looking a mixture of awkwardness and impatience. She wondered what fool of her guard had let the man come to her, especially with her so indecent. She pulled her blankets tight about her and sat up. "Whatever business you have, it can wait," she said. "Have my servants prepare you some food, and my guards will—" "My lady," said Cecil, "it is about your son." Her mouth dropped open, and then she saw the parchment in the knight's hand. She took it from him and unrolled it. Her eyes scanned, not reading, only looking for the one sentence that meant everything. She missed it the first time, but there it was, just the second line of the entire thing. "I believe you will be pleased to know that, contrary to what you have been told, your son Nathaniel is in my company and alive and well." Alive. She flung her arms around the knight and hugged him as tears wetted her face. "Thank you," she whispered. The knight stood shocked still, as if unsure what he might or might not do to avoid insult. Pulling back, she kissed the man's scruffy cheek, then rushed for her bedroom, not caring that she wore only loose bedrobes. "You'll take me to him?" she asked, even as she exited the room. "But, yes, of course," said Cecil, having to hurry to keep up. Elisa couldn't believe how giddy she felt. The Watcher had not lied. Nathaniel was alive, and now she could go to him, could hold him, could keep him close for the rest of his life as he grew into the man to lead her fortune. Nathaniel was alive. No matter how many times she told it to herself, it never lost its impact. Nathaniel was alive. Alive! Praise the gods! Alive! When she arrived at her room, Cecil respectfully remained outside. Hurrying about, Elisa opened a closet and ran outfit combinations through her head. Someone else knocked on the door, and she told whoever it was to enter without a thought. In stepped a younger man, a distant cousin of hers named Terence. His features were soft, his reddish blonde hair carefully trimmed. He walked into her room, trying to put on a somber face, but he was clearly giddy with news. When he saw the joy on her face, his own lit up. He must have thought she'd be grieving Arthur's loss, she realized. Foolish man. "Forgive me for the intrusion," Terence said. "When I heard about Bertram's betrayal, I went through his things. I'm learning my father's trade, you see, and he works with accounts and—" "Hurry it up," Elisa said, yanking off her robes and pulling a loose dress over her head. The man flushed a deep red, and he stammered a bit, but he continued. "Anyway, rumors have it that you wouldn't be able to pay the mercenaries or to help with repairs. Bertram told my father that anyway, and several of the servants. He saw the look she gave, and so he skipped to the point. Thing is, Bertram was lying. I found his ledger for the mercenaries' payments, and it only comes to 1/3 of your current wealth. Expensive, to be sure, but not near what he—" She kissed the man, laughed, and then tied a sash about her waist before flinging open another closet and searching for a thick enough coat for the ride north. "I need a replacement for Bertram," she said, "and I have no time to search for one, so you'll have to do, Terence." His jaw nearly hit the floor. "Me? But I'm still an apprentice, and my father says I can't own my own store until I reach my 20th year. To try and manage all this— Well, you start today." "But why? Where are you going?" Elisa laughed again. "I'm going to get my son." Matthew Pensfield felt the first twinges of consciousness pulling at him, and he resisted. Dull aches felt like the only welcome awaiting him. His gradual awareness thawed from whatever cold sleep it had fallen into, and he remembered fighting, protecting the boy, Tristan. Or was it Nathaniel? And how was he alive? He was alive, right? His eyes fluttered open, and there in front of him sat the boy with 2 names, his head in his hands as he stared at the floor. "Tristan?" Matthew asked, his voice coming out like a strained croak. The boy startled, but his surprise didn't last long. A smile spread across his young face, and it lit up his eyes. "You're awake," he said. "I reckon so." Tristan hugged him, eliciting a cough. It felt like half his body was full of fluid, the other half aches. He tried rolling over in bed, was denied by a terrible spike of pain from his shoulder. He glanced at it and saw an impressive amount of stitchwork in his flesh. A bruise spread from the wound all the way across his chest. Cut. That was right. He'd been cut down through the collarbone by that bastard at the castle gate. "What happened to him?" he asked. "Who?" Matthew grunted. "Never mind. You're alive, and so am I, so it must have worked out fine. Lord Gandram said you should be treated as a hero." "That so?" Tristan bobbed his head up and down. Matthew chuckled. "If this is how heroes feel, count me out. The plough fits me better than the sword." He frowned. Tristan kept looking to the door, and his smile never seemed to last long. "Something the matter, Tristan?" "Well, guess I should call you by your real name, shouldn't I? Not much point in hiding who you are now." The boy obviously looked embarrassed, as if he wasn't sure how to respond. "You can call me Tristan still if you want, sir." "I guess I'll let the habit linger, least until I can get out of this damn bed. What is the matter? You look like you're expecting the executioner." Something about the way Tristan's face paled made him wonder what he'd said wrong. "It's nothing," Tristan said. It's nothing. I'm glad you're awake. Really glad." Matthew's head felt groggy and stuffed with cotton, but he pushed through to see his surroundings better and to make sense of them. He was in a small room with stone walls, a single red carpet, and a large bed with sheets stained with what must have been his blood. Tristan wore fine clothing, far beyond anything Matthew could have afforded at his farmhouse, before that Haern guy dumped a pile of gold in their hands anyway. It didn't look like everyday attire, but then again he was hardly knowledgeable about the ways of courts and castles. "They treating you well?" he asked. "Yes," said Tristan. "Something bothering you?" He looked once more to the door. Is it all right if we just talk for a while?" Matthew smiled. "Sure, son. You care about what?" When he shook his head, Matthew began discussing his plans for the farm. He prattled on about cattle, where he bought his pigs, and how, if Nathaniel ever should get into the business in the north, to never ever buy from the udders in the middle of winter unless he wanted to bend over and let them have their way with him. Tristan remained silent, but it seemed as if the tension drained out of him, until at last his eyes sparkled and he laughed at what few lame stories Matthew had to tell. Every bit of that tension returned, though, when John Gandram stepped into the room. "My lord," Matthew said, tilting his head to show his respect. Getting up and bowing was obviously out of the question. "I'm pleased to see you well," the Lord said, though his voice hardly carried much pleasure. "You'll be rewarded handsomely for protecting young Nathaniel here. Once I found someone who recognized you, I sent a rider to inform your loved ones of your stay in my care." "Thank you, my lord," said Matthew. "My wife will much appreciate knowing." "Rest, Matthew, and when you're better, we can discuss giving you and your family appropriate compensation. For now, I must borrow Nathaniel. We have matters to attend to." "I'll talk to you tonight," Matthew told Nathaniel. "Right now, I feel like eating a little and then sleeping for a while, so don't worry about me." They left, and servants arrived immediately after, carrying bowls of soup and bread and changes of clothing. While they buzzed about, Matthew thought of Nathaniel and offered a prayer for whatever trial seemed to await him. Nathaniel followed after Lord Gandram, feeling like an obedient dog. The thought was unfair, for he had been treated absurdly well. But already he heard the murmuring of the crowd as they climbed the stairs toward the front wall of the castle. The sunlight was glaring when they emerged, and the crowd of hundreds below cheered at their arrival. 4 guards flanked them upon the ramparts. Directly ahead, atop a retractable plank of wood hanging over the wall and with a long rope tied about his neck, was the man named Oric. Lord Gandram waved his greetings to the crowd gathered to watch the execution. "This man was a coward and a traitor," he cried out to them. He dared lie to the Lord of the Lands to mock the honor of Fellwood. My allies he struck against. This fiend, this foul murderer, even sought to coat his blade with the blood of children. What fate does he deserve?" Those gathered below howled for his hanging. Nathaniel heard their cries and shivered. Lord Gandrum turned to him and beckoned him forth. His feet feeling made of lead, he approached. Oryx's face was covered with a black cloth, and his hands were tied behind him, but still he appeared dangerous. "He's bound and gagged," John said, seeing his hesitation. "And even if he weren't, you should not show fear. The eyes of the people are upon you, and more than anything, they want certainty from those who rule their lives." Nathaniel nodded. "Yes, sir," he said. The older man guided him to where a lever waited, connected to various gears and wheels that would drop the platform Oryx stood upon. It was as tall as him, and when he put his hand upon it, he worried he might be too weak to move it. "This way," said a nearby knight, gesturing the direction for him to push. Hurling his weight upon it, Nathaniel felt the lever budge, then lurch forward. The crowd gasped, and before he could look away, Lord Gandrum took hold of his shoulder and forced him to watch. Oryx fell, the rope snapped taut, but as he swung, his feet still kicked. A sickening groan floated up to them, barely audible over the cheer of the crowd. "Bastard's neck didn't break," said one of the knights, leaning forward so he could see him. "Just following orders," said the man beside him. "John wanted to send a message." The words flowed over him, but Nathaniel refused to give them any meaning. Instead, he just watched as below him Oryx kicked, gagged, and swung from the castle wall, John's hand holding him with a strength frightening for his age. "Remember this always," John said to him. "This is the fate that should meet all who challenge you. If you deny them this, then you become as cowardly as they. Besides, listen to that roar, Nathaniel. Listen to them cheer. Our people want blood, crave it. Every dead man hanging is a man worse than them. They'll spit on his corpse when we cut him down, and they'll unite in a hatred of something they hardly even understand. We are their lords. We are their gods. Never deny them the spectacle they deserve. So long as your acts are just, they will follow." Nathaniel swallowed. "Is it just?" he asked. "Doesn't matter, boy," Lord Gandrum said. "All that matters is you believe it is just. And do you believe it?" Nathaniel opened his mouth to answer, opened his mouth to say he did, but instead he vomited, his stomach shifting from side to side within him, perfectly in time to the convulsing body of the dying Oryx. Epilogue. Haern found Death Mask and his Ash Guild back in their hiding hole, and they greeted him like a long-lost friend. "Behold the legend," Death Mask said, but his laughter cut with dark humor. "Jaren told me of the Spider Guild's acceptance," Haern said, not wishing to waste any time. "As for the Cunningtons, a man named Potts has assumed control while his relatives bicker and position themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes a year or two for them to settle things. For now, though, the old advisor's in charge, and he has agreed to the terms. Only 2 guilds have refused, but they're both currently leaderless." "Already we move in on their territory," Veliana said. "The spiders and wolves join us in the feeding frenzy. Whoever finally takes control of the remaining guilds will readily agree, just to save themselves from certain annihilation." "So, this is it then," Haern said. He looked to Death Mask. "Gerund will arrange a set of terms to distribute payments to be divided equally among the 5 guilds. I imagine that much wealth will divide much better among you 4 than, say, the 100 or so of the other guilds." "That thought had come to mind," Death Mask said, grinning. "It's going to be rough these next few days. Everyone will be testing limits, seeing what they can get away with, and if you are capable of holding things in line." I'd say you normally could pull it off, but right now you look like an animal after a carriage has rolled over it a few times. I'll be fine, Haern said, and I'll be watching you as closely as any other guild. Don't forget that. Deathmask laughed. We aren't allies, Watcher, and I never intended to be. Keep your eye upon me all you want. You won't find anything, and your blades will never touch my skin. Go worry about those who truly present a danger to this truce. We'll be here reaping the rewards. For now, I've accomplished everything I desired, albeit in a more chaotic fashion than I imagined. My former colleagues assumed the chaos in Valdaren could never be ended and never be made profitable to us. I dare say I've proven them wrong. Or I will have once the Trifex gold starts being delivered my way without me having to lift a finger. At least someone profited from all this, Haern muttered. Given your position, I doubt you'll be living as a pauper either, Veliana said. Yet you whine like a mule. I don't want gold, Haern said. I want peace. Let me have that, and the Ash Guild will have nothing to fear from me. He left without giving them any more chances to mock or gloat about their own cleverness. With much of his business done until nightfall, Haern debated on where to go. In the end, he went back to the closest thing he had to a home. On the Crimson, he found a wagon sitting in front of the Eschaton's place, half loaded with trivial things. That none of it had been stolen yet seemed a miracle to him until he remembered the very truce he'd just set up. Well, that was a start. He went to knock on the door, but it flew open. A very tired and surprised Tarlac stood before him, a stack of books in hand. "Oh, you," he said. "I've come to—" "Save it, Haern. I'm sure you did your absolute best, and I doubt Senkei would have changed a thing. Well, other than him dying. He might have— Look, the offer still stands. No speeches, no apologies, no nonsense requirements. I bought a tower on the outskirts of the King's Forest, and I plan on making it a far better home than this dunghole. I told you I thought we had potential to be something special, and I still mean it. You want to come? Be useful and grab a box." Haern stepped aside, and Tarlac set his things on the wagon. Glancing inside the building, Haern saw Brugh packing up various smithy tools. Delicia helped him, the two joking with each other in hushed tones. He could see the redness in their eyes, but they were moving on the best they knew how. The priestess saw him, and despite the loss of a friend, Delicia smiled and beckoned him inside. "Why not?" Haern said as Tarlac came back to the door. He stepped inside, grabbed a box, and hoped that just perhaps the newly titled King's Watcher might finally have a home. A note from the author. I think, looking back at all these books so far, A Dance of Blades is currently my favorite. Cloaks was written by some strange, clearly deranged madman. This book? I opened my original note from the author with this line. I think I'm getting the hang of this. And I think it is still very much appropriate. In preparing everything for re-release under Orbit's guiding hands, this was the one needing the least work. Not to say it didn't need work. Devi will slap me if I claim that. Plus, it'd be a total lie. But this was the point I was writing toward even when I started Cloaks. This was the big moment. But it also helped immensely that I got to bring in all these other characters I'd spent so much time with in my half-orc books. Haern, without the Eschatons, just wasn't the same. But Tarlac? God, he's so much fun to write. Mocking Brugh never gets old. Even having Veliana finally meet up with Deathmask was immensely satisfying, building up everything that would come later. Bringing in new characters to interact with the old kept Blades in a perfect balance for yours truly, something I always strive to reach in any book I write. Speaking of new characters, I should probably confess my absolute terror at writing the character Ghost. A quick glance at my author photo should probably explain why. I'm about as white as it gets, and living here in the dead center of the U.S. heartland, what the heck do I know about walking in someone like Ghost's shoes? But I had to try. His concept, his character in my head, it was just too awesome, too striking, too memorable. Going back over Blades, I fell in love with him all over again. I'm glad I didn't wimp out. I'm glad I stuck to my guns. Did I succeed? Heck if I know, but I think I did. Some of you might be wondering at Thren's diminished role in this book. That was very much on purpose. The final confrontation between Haern and Thren comes much later, which meant I couldn't keep him as a central villain, especially not in this book, where Haern needed to develop fully into his own character. So I found it better to have Thren lurking in the background, always referenced, always affecting decisions and outcomes, even when he's not there. That one scene between him and Deathmask? Hardest one to write in the entire book. Speak of hard scenes. Yeah, Senkei dying? I know it may sound odd for an author to have regrets. I mean, we're gods of our little universes. I could have Senkei come riding back to life on a pink pony with rainbows shooting out his fingers, but it wouldn't work, and it wouldn't be right. And I wish I could have found a way to have Senkei survive. He was fun, he was useful, and most important, he had a connection with Haern that even now I struggle to replicate with other characters. The closest I come, as you'll see in A Dance of Mirrors, is with Zusa. May seem odd now, but if you look at what both of them endured, the restricted upbringing, plus the sheer skill each of them wields and can appreciate in the other, it won't seem quite so strange. They're such a cute couple, really. Well, I've rambled enough, so probably time to wrap this up. Thanks again to Michael for the agent stuff, Devi for pushing each draft to be that much better than the previous, my wife for putting up with my lengthy phone calls and inability to talk about really anything else at the dinner table, and you fans who have been with me since the very beginning. And you, of course, dear reader. I'd be foolish, if not professionally suicidal, if I did not accept that it is your time, your patience, your entertainment that keeps me writing my silly little stories. I hope, as the years pass and I crank out more and more stories of Haern, Tarlac, and the rest of the world of Desrel, that you never once get bored. Mad at me? That's all right. Sad at times? Perfect. But never bored. I do that, and I'll call it good. David Dalglish, April 9th, 2013. Continue listening for an excerpt from A Dance of Mirrors by David Dalglish. Introducing. If you enjoyed A Dance of Blades, look out for A Dance of Mirrors, Shadowdance Book 3, by David Dalglish. Haern pulled his hood low over his head and tied his sabers to his belt, as the leader of the Eschaton mercenaries, the wizard Tarlac, sat at his desk and watched. "Do you want our help?" Tarlac asked, picking a bit of dirt off his yellow robe. "No," Haern said, shaking his head. "This one needs to be a message for the underworld of the city. Bran crossed a line that I need to make sure no one else ever crosses. I'll do this on my own." Tarlac nodded, as if not surprised. "What about Elisa?" Haern tightened the clasp of his cloak. They'd heard word that Elisa planned some sort of retaliation against the thief guilds, though the reason was unclear. Their source was fairly respected in the Gemcroft household, so much so they had no choice but to take it seriously. At some unknown point in the night there was to be a meeting at her mansion to discuss the circumstances. "After," Haern said. "I'm sure you understand." "I do," said Tarlac. "Good luck. And remember, I can't pay you if you die on me." "I won't be the one dying tonight," Haern said, feeling the cold persona of the King's Watcher coming over him. He left the room, descended the staircase to the tower's exit, and then ran the short distance toward the city. A dozen secret passageways, ropes, and handholds were available to him as a way to cross the wall, and he drifted to the southern end before climbing over. Elisa's potential conflict with the thief guilds was a greater threat in the long run, but Haern could not bring himself to focus on it just yet. His target was a piece of scum named Bran Goodfinger. He operated in the far south of the city, and it was there Haern went. Normally he felt pride as he traversed the rooftops, carefully observing the doings of the various guilds. Ever since the thief war ended 2 years ago, the factions had settled into an uncomfortable truce. The first few months had been the worst, but Haern's sabers had spilled torrents of blood. Through sheer brutality, he had brought both sides to their knees. He was the silent threat watching all and tolerating nothing. But tonight his accomplishment felt bitter. For the first time, his plan had been turned against him in a most cruel, personal way. Thieves who stole from the trifect died. They all knew this, knew that every night Haern patrolled the city as the king's watcher to ensure the agreed-upon peace. And so Bran had recruited children, a bold dare against the watcher's threat. "Where is it you hide?" Haern whispered as he lay flat atop a roof. For 2 days Bran had eluded him, and his children had gone unchecked. No longer. He spotted one of their youngest, a boy surely no older than 7. He was exiting the broken window of a shop, a handful of copper coins clutched to his chest. He ran, and Haern followed. The boy tried to vary his pattern, as he'd no doubt been trained to do, but against someone like Haern the tactic was a minor inconvenience, nothing more. Haern kept far out of sight, not wanting to alert him to his presence. Twice he'd tracked Bran's child thieves, but one had spotted him, abandoned his ill-gotten coin and fled. The other had been killed by a different thief guild before he could question him. Children bled out on the streets of Eldarin. The Watcher's wrath would be terrible. Haern turned a corner and watched the child hurry inside a warehouse. Approaching the door, Haern slipped into the shadows and looked through the crack near the hinges. A faint lantern burned inside, and from what he could make out, 2 other children were within. Hoping it was Bran's hideout and not a simple gang of orphans, he drew his sabers. There would be no stealthy entrance. This wasn't a time for quiet deaths in the night. He slammed the door open with his shoulder at full charge. Without slowing, he took in the surroundings, his finely honed instincts guiding him. The storehouse was full of crates and bags of grains, limiting his maneuverability. At least 20 children were gathered in a circle, and before them, his dirty face covered with a beard, was Bran. The man looked up. His jaw dropped, and then he turned to run. "Stop him!" Bran shouted to the children. Haern swore as they drew small knives and daggers. He leaped between them, twirling his cloak as a distraction. A sweeping kick took out 3, and then he pushed through the opening. The storehouse was divided in 2 by a high wall, and Bran vanished through the doorway in the center. Haern raced after him, again slamming aside the door with his shoulder. To his surprise, Bran was not the coward he'd believed. His sword lashed out from behind the door. Haern's speed was too great, though, and he fled beyond Bran's reach, pivoted on his heels, and jumped again. Bran was only a gutter snake, a clever bully who relied on size or surprise to defeat a foe. Haern had fought his kind, knew their tactics. With 3 strikes, Bran's sword fell from a bleeding wrist. 2 kicks shattered a kneecap, and then he fell. Haern clutched his hair and yanked his head back, his saber pressing against Bran's throat. "How dare you?" Haern whispered. His hood hung low over his face, and he shook his head to knock it back. He wanted Bran to see the fury in his eyes. "You hold this city prisoner, yet ask me that?" said Bran. Haern struck him in the mouth with the hilt of a saber. As Bran spit out a tooth, the children rushed through the door, surrounding them both. "Stay back," Bran said to them, and he grinned at Haern, his yellow teeth stained red with blood. There was a wild look in his eyes that made Haern uncomfortable. This wasn't a man who cared about life, not his own, nor that of others. "What game is this?" Haern asked, his voice a cold whisper. "Did you think I wouldn't find out? Yous and children. Here? In my city." "Your city," Bran said, laughing. "Damn fool. All the rest are scared, but I know what you are. They think you're as bad as us, but you're not. Not yet. Once the thief guilds find out, they'll have your head on a spike." He gestured to the children, all prepared to attack. Haern didn't want to imagine what Bran had put them through to achieve such a level of control. "Kill me," Bran said. "Do it, and they'll swarm you. You won't die. You're too good for them, but you won't escape without killing at least one. So what'll it be, Watcher? Can you take my life, if it means taking the life of a child?" Haern looked at the 20 children. Some were as young as 7, but others were maybe 11 or 12. All it'd take was one lucky stab by any of them, and he might go down. His saber pressed harder against Bran's skin. He leaned closer to whisper into his ear. "Nothing, Bran. You know nothing about me. You die, they go free." "I die, then innocents will as well. You don't have the stomach for it. You aren't the beast the others think you are. Now let me go." Haern glanced at the children, all poised to act. He tried to decide what to do, but he knew what life someone like Bran would lead them to. No matter what, no matter the risk, he couldn't allow it. "This was never a choice," Haern whispered. He slashed, spilling blood across his clothes. Hoping to move before the children reacted, he turned and leaped, vaulting over their circle. They gave chase, not at all bothered by the death of their master. Haern rolled to his feet, his sabers crossed to block their weak stabs. A quick glance showed no exits except the door he'd come through. Doing everything he could to fight down his combat instincts, he shoved through the group's center. His cloak whirled and twisted, pushing aside feeble attacks. Pulling out of the spin, he lunged for the door. One of the older boys was there, and Haern felt panic rise in his chest as he saw the deadly angle of the boy's thrust. He reacted on instinct, blocking hard enough to knock the dagger free, then following it up with a kick to send the boy flying. Breaking back into a run, he kicked off a pile of crates to vault into the air, catching a rafter with one hand. Swinging himself up onto a perch, he stared down at the children, several of whom gathered around the body of the one he'd kicked. "Listen to me," Haern said to them, trying to forgive the children's attack. They didn't know any better. The rage he felt was misguided, born of frustration. "Your master is dead. You have no hope of winning this fight." "Fuck you," said one of the kids. Haern swallowed down his anger at such disrespect. They were frightened and living in a world Haern knew all too well. If reason would not work, he knew what would. "Say that again, and I'll cut out your tongue." The boy stepped back as if stunned by the coldness in his voice. The rest looked up at him, some ready to cry, some angry, but most were heartbreakingly indifferent. Haern pointed to Bran Goodfinger's corpse. "Take his coin," he said. "Go, and make better lives than this. Remain thieves, and you'll fall to the guilds, or to me. I don't want to kill you, but I will. There is no future for you. Not in this." "None for you either," said another, but Haern could not tell who. With practiced efficiency, the children took everything of value from Bran's corpse and vanished into the streets. Haern didn't know where they went, nor did he care. He only felt fury. Bran had died quickly, hardly the example Haern desired to set. As for the boy he'd kicked... He dropped from the rafter, landing lightly on his feet. Gently he rolled him over, put a hand on his neck. No pulse. "Damn you, Bran," Haern whispered. "I hope you burn forever." Leaving the body there was not an option. Haern considered himself better than that. Lifting him onto his shoulder, he rushed out to the streets, praying no gutsy member of a thief guild spotted him and tried something incredibly heroic and stupid. There were several gravekeepers in Veldaren, plus another who burned bodies instead of burying them. Haern went to the burner, picked the lock of his door, and went inside. The owner was asleep on a cot in a small room, and Haern woke him with a firm prod of his saber. "What? Who are—" "Oh, you." The elderly man, Willard, rubbed his eyes, then opened them when Haern dropped a handful of coins onto his lap. "Spare no expense, and bury his ashes." "Who was he?" asked Willard, looking over the boy's body as Haern set him down on the floor. "An accident." "Then what shall I engrave on his urn?" "Pick something," Haern said as he left. In a foul mood, he raced off for the Gemcroft estate, wishing he could put the prior events out of his mind and knowing there'd be no such luck. Bran's death would still be a warning to the others against using children to break the arrangement between the guilds and the trifect. He'd accomplished that, though not how he'd hoped. But it was that nameless boy who haunted him, made his insides sick. Bran had been convinced Haern would not have the stomach for what might happen. Turned out he might have been right. Scaling the fence around the Gemcroft estate was easy enough, though avoiding the guards was another matter. There was a secondary building in the back, where he'd been told a meeting would take place. Most of the patrols kept close to the mansion, which helped tremendously. Haern lurked beside the gate, running along it when outside the patrol's vision and lying flat amid the shadows when they passed. At last he reached the small building. Timing the patrols, he knew he had about 30 seconds to slip in and out without being seen. Faint light burned within. He pressed his ear against the door and heard no discussion. Too late or too early? The door was unlocked, so he opened it and slipped inside. The room was surprisingly bare, containing only a single bed atop a padded floor. Hardly the servants' quarters he'd expected. The lone lantern kept the place dimly lit, with plenty of shadows in the far corners. So far, it appeared empty. "Damn," he whispered. He headed for the far corner, figuring to wait a few hours just in case the meeting was yet to transpire. In the center of the room, though, he stopped. Something in the corner wasn't right. The shadows not smooth. Haern lunged for the door, his instincts screaming trap. Before he could get there, something latched onto his cloak and tugged, hard. He spun to the ground, torn between attacking and tearing his cloak free to flee. Already furious because of Bran, he kicked to his feet and attacked. To his surprise, his sabers clashed against long blades, his thrusts perfectly blocked. He was already preparing a second strike when he saw his opponent's outfit. Long, dark wrappings covering her body. All but her shadowed face. "Enough, Watcher," said Zusa, her slender body contorted into a bizarre defensive formation. "I am not here to kill you." Haern pulled away, and he put his back to a wall, the door at his side. "Then why are you here?" he asked. "Because I desired it," said a voice at the door. Haern turned, then dipped his head in a mock bow. "Lady Gemcroft," he said. "It is good to see you, Elisa." The ruler of the Gemcroft fortune smiled at him, not at all bothered by his tone. Zusa sheathed her daggers, though her hands remained on their hilts. She joined Elisa's side, her dark eyes never leaving him. Elisa seemed relaxed, far more so than when Haern had last seen her. Of course, he'd been trying to kill her at the time, back when Elisa was flooding the streets with mercenaries. She wore a slender dress underneath her robe, her red hair let down loose about her shoulders. Haern almost felt flattered she'd dressed up for him, as if he were some noble or diplomat. "I was told of a meeting concerning the thieves," Haern said. "Was there any truth to this?" "I assure you, Terence is loyal to me and me alone," she said. The side of Haern's face twitched. Terence had been his informant, of course. He felt at a disadvantage, with no clue as to the reason for their meeting. He didn't like that. The two also blocked the only exit. He really didn't like that. "Then I was told a lie, just to bring me here," he said. "Why is that, Elisa?" "Because I want to hire you." Haern paused. then laughed at the absurd notion. "I am no pawn for you to force your will upon, and if what you say is true, why this secrecy and deception?" "Because I don't want anyone, not the guilds nor the Trifect, to know. I leave for Angelport, and I wish for you to accompany me and Zusa." Haern's hands fidgeted as they held his sabers. Answering such a request with someone as dangerous as Zusa blocking his way out was not his idea of a fair bargaining position. "What reason could you possibly have?" he asked. "I assure you, Zusa is quite capable of keeping you alive." A bit of impatience finally pierced Elisa's calm demeanor. "Someone broke into Laurie Keenan's home, slaughtered his son and daughter-in-law along with a dozen guards. I'm going for their funeral services as is appropriate. I want you and Zusa to hunt down this killer and bring him to justice while I'm there." Haern shook his head. "I can't leave Valderan," he said. "The peace I've managed to create—" "Is no peace at all," Elisa said. "The thief guilds prey on each other, killing themselves in an endless squabble over the gold we pay them. The few that steal are more often caught by their own kind, not you. No one will know you've left, not for weeks. It's been 2 years, and you've spilled enough blood to wash the city red. Those who remain have settled into their comfortable lives of bribes and easy money, and you know it. You've become a figurehead, a watcher against only the most reckless of the underworld. The city's changed. It won't miss you while you're gone." Haern did know that, but that didn't mean he liked it. "This is your problem," he said. "I've had enough dealings with the Trifect to last a lifetime. Find your killer on your own. Now let me through." Elisa glanced at Zusa, then nodded. They stepped aside. As Haern walked out into the night, Elisa called after him. "They found a marking," she said, "drawn in their blood." Haern stopped. "What of?" he asked. "A single eye." Haern turned, and he felt his anger rise. "You would accuse me of this crime?" "No accusation," Elisa said, stepping out. "I have already looked into the matter and know you were in Valderan both the night it happened, plus the nights before and after. Laurie's kept word of it a secret and told only those closest to him of its presence at the murder. He knows you didn't perform the deed, though he still fears your involvement somehow." Grinding his teeth, Haern tried to think through what any of it meant, but it left him baffled. "This makes no sense, Elisa," he said. "Why would someone frame me so far away? I've never been to Angelport, nor used that symbol for years. Not since the war between the Trifect and the Thief Guilds ended." "It's not a frame," Zusa said, as if it were so simple. "It is a calling. You're being summoned, Watcher." Haern tried to think it over, but he felt so tired, so unprepared. The boy's dead face kept flashing before his eyes. "How do I know this isn't a trap?" he finally asked. Elisa looked away, as if embarrassed by what she had to say. "Because of you, my son lives," she said, "and because of you, I was able to bring vengeance to the one who tried to kill him. I will never betray you. Someone murdered powerful citizens of Angelport, my friends and colleagues, and is using their blood to send you a message. Help me find him. Help me stop him." Haern sighed. "So be it," he said. "When do we leave?" This has been an Hachette audio production of A Dance of Blades, written by David Dalglish, read by Elijah Alexander. Produced by Blackstone Audio Inc. Production supervised by Christine M. Farrell. A Dance of Blades is also available in print and as an ebook from Orbit, a division of Hachette Book Group. Text copyright 2013 by David Dalglish. A Dance of Mirrors excerpt text copyright 2013 by David Dalglish. Audio production copyright 2013, Hachette Audio, all rights reserved. In accordance with the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, the duplicating, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this audiobook without the permission of the publisher is unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales, is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.